This guy was just standing in the schoolyard, practicing the newly taught move. Nothing special, at least, that is what everyone thought. Then he throws a punch. Boom! Not one sound, not two. 9 thunderclaps all at once. And somewhere nearby, a top-tier martial artist watching in secret? Yeah, completely shaken. Because even the Academy #1 genius, after hours and hours of non-stop training, can barely hit 3 thunderclaps. That is already considered the beginner's standard. This guy? Half a day. That is all it took for him to reach the level others cannot even touch. So what is his deal? Turns out, he has been chosen by the gods. While everyone else is struggling to remember the basics, he has got something extra working for him. Inside his own mind, there is a version of him training non-stop, so while others are still trying to figure it out, he is already finished. Now here is where things start getting interesting. This guy, he can pick up any martial art and master it almost instantly. No long training arcs. He sees it once, maybe twice, and that is it. Perfect execution. And it gets better. Every time he defeats someone, he gains points. Not just for show, real points, the kind you can actually spend. More points means more strength by copying other techniques. Now the scene has shifted to the present, where, in a flurry of strikes, a young man named Su Hong practices his Vajra fist. A fellow student marvels at his improvement, asking if he has already reached the coveted micro level in martial arts mastery. Su Hong confirms he broke through 2 days ago. The student, impressed, declares that no one in the class can match Su Hong Vajra fist and decides to head home, leaving the cultivation maniac to his training. As Su Hong prepares to leave, his teacher, Lee, stops him. The teacher expression is serious as he brings up the 30,000 registration fee for the martial arts department. He reminds Su Hong that the deadline is next Monday. Su Hong asks for a few more days. But the teacher can only sigh, explaining that while he knows Su Hong family is struggling, the rules are absolute. Left alone in the empty training hall, Su Hong is crushed by the weight of the 30,000 fee. He remembers his past. His parents died in a ferocious beast disaster when he was just 3, leaving him in the care of his aunt and uncle. They discovered his talent for martial arts and have fully supported his training ever since, hoping it would lead to a high-income profession in their dangerous world. He feels a pang of guilt, realizing that his dream is making their lives even harder. Returning home late, he overhears his aunt and uncle discussing their finances. They decide the rent can wait. Paying for Su Hong registration fee is the priority. His aunt says she will get another job, while his uncle suggests stopping his own medication. To save money, insisting that little Hong talent is too great to hold back. Overwhelmed with guilt, Su Hong enters the room. They fuss over him, telling him to rest. In his room, he lies awake, tormented by their sacrifices. He resolves that he must solve this problem himself. There is only one place a martial artist can earn that much money in just a few days. The next day, Su Hong arrives at the underground martial arena. An announcer voice booms, welcoming the audience to a place where only victory and defeat matter. Life and death are irrelevant. She introduces the reigning champion, a hulking fighter wearing a red mask, known as Mr. Minotaur. The announcer tells the newcomer to show some passion and heat up the atmosphere. She whispers for him to provoke the crowd, explaining that rookies are troublesome. Taking the cue, Su Hong roars, declaring himself invincible against anyone below the level of a true martial artist, and calling all weaklings to come and fight. The crowd erupts in a frenzy, shouting for his death. The first match begins. Su Hong believes his Vajra fist is enough to win a few rounds and collect the tuition fee. His opponent rushes in. But Su Hong calmly notes his strong momentum, but unstable lower body, seeing an easy win. A single, powerful blow sends the challenger flying. Without pausing, Su Hong calls for the next opponent. The announcer declares the first victory for Minotaur. His second opponent is more formidable. The two trade blows, and Su Hong feels the man's strong fist force, but knows his own is greater. He spots a critical opening when his opponent puts too much force into his upper body, leaving his waist exposed. Su Hong seizes the chance and ends the fight in a flash. After a third consecutive win, a well-dressed man watches from a private VIP seat. He remarks that the kid is unusual, his strength far exceeding an average martial apprentice. The man decides Su Hong is perfect for match fixing and sends his subordinate, a fighter in a white fox mask called White Fox, to take care of him. He warns White Fox not to reveal that he is a true martial artist. One victory away from the 60,000 prize, Su Hong is shocked when his final opponent is revealed to be White Fox, a known quasi-martial artist. He knows the match will be difficult, but he cannot afford to lose. The bell rings and the final match starts. Knowing his cultivation realm is lower, Su Hong attacks first with all his might, but White Fox stops his punch with ease. The terrifying power behind the block stuns Su Hong, who realizes his opponent is not a quasi-martial artist at all. He is a true martial artist who deliberately suppressed his vitality. Before Su Hong can react, White Fox unleashes a devastating Thunder Rush fist, leaving him bleeding and broken. White Fox taunts him, asking why he only defends. Su Hong struggles to withstand the onslaught, knowing he will lose if it continues. He desperately searches for an opening to counterattack, but the barrage is too intense. His consciousness begins to fade. Standing over the defeated Su Hong, White Fox informs him that he will not receive a single cent of the prize money. However, his teacher invites Su Hong to join them. If he agrees to fix matches for them in the future, they will pay him the prize for this match. Burning with indignation, Su Hong refuses to do such a shameless thing and accuses them of being unworthy of the title of martial artist. Enraged, White Fox declares his intention to cripple Su Hong, ensuring he could never become a martial artist in his dreams. As the crippling blow descends, visions of his family's sacrifices flash through Su Hong's mind. He cannot let their efforts go to waste. He thinks of his promise to give them a good life and screams that he will never accept a future of failure. A system window materializes before his eyes, asking what he is willing to sacrifice for his family. With a final, desperate roar, he bellows, "Everything!" With a defiant roar of everything, Su Hong's world vanishes. He finds himself in a dark, empty space, wondering where he is. A colossal, radiant, winged being materializes before him, and with a flash of light, he is thrown backward. A translucent blue screen flickers to life in front of him, a status window displaying his attributes and martial skills. He notices a tab labeled Mission and instinctively taps it. The system reveals the way of the arena mission: to polish his martial arts and defeat the White Fox waiting in the outside world. The objective is to upgrade his Vajra Fist to the mastered level and his other skills to the micro level. It is a beginner's mission with no reward, but promises to unlock a guide. Suddenly, a perfect clone of himself appears and attacks with a flawless, textbook-quality Vajra Fist. Su Hong realizes this is not an enemy, but the ultimate role model. He eagerly engages, seizing the chance to learn from a perfect version of himself. As they spar, a progress bar for his Vajra Fist proficiency jumps from 7% to 10% in moments. He understands that this mysterious space allows for rapid skill upgrades. He fights with renewed determination, his skills advancing at an unbelievable rate. In what feels like an eternity of intense combat, his floating light palm and void step reach 100% and evolve to the micro level. Finally, his Vajra Fist also hits its peak and breaks through to the mastered level. Exhausted but triumphant, he gives a grateful nod to the clone as it dissipates. A notification congratulates him on completing the mission and asks if he agrees to return to reality. He accepts. Time snaps back into motion in the arena. White Fox, his attack halfway to completion, sneers at Su Hong's mysterious glowing aura and strikes with his Thunder Rush Fist. But now, the attack seems laughably slow. Su Hong dodges with ease and lands a single, devastating punch that knocks White Fox out cold. The entire stadium falls into a stunned silence. Su Hong walks calmly to the dumbfounded announcer and asks when he will receive his prize money. Jolted back to reality, she hastily declares Minotaur the winner of the 60,000 grand prize. In the VIP suite, the arena boss is in disbelief. He questions how a mere martial apprentice could possibly master the Vajra Fist, a feat beyond most true martial artists. He furiously orders his men to follow Su Hong and uncover his true identity. Su Hong leaves the arena, sensing he is being followed. He slips into the dark alleyways, his movements fluid and sure, easily losing the thugs tailing him. An hour later, he arrives home and places the stacks of cash before his astonished aunt and uncle, who ask if he robbed a bank. Su Hong smoothly lies, explaining that the master of a dojo where he sparred was so impressed by his talent that he decided to sponsor his studies. His aunt remains skeptical, but his uncle proudly declares that their boy would never lie to them. Later, on the roof, Su Hong looks at his system window with a grin. His family's financial troubles are solved. The system notifies him that by defeating a higher-level opponent, he has earned 67 martial value points, which can be used to increase his vitality. He immediately pours points into it, and his vitality stat climbs to 90, elevating him to the rank of a quasi-martial artist. He feels a surge of power and decides to use all the remaining points. As his strength skyrockets, the wounds from his fight completely heal. Feeling an endless reserve of new power, he heads to the deserted school drill ground to test his limits on a combat power tester. Deciding to start with just 70% of his strength, he winds up and throws a punch. The machine instantly overloads, smoke starting to come out of it, and shatters. He mutters about the tester's poor quality, hoping he won't have to pay for it, before quickly fleeing the scene. Moments later, a furious groundskeeper arrives, screaming about which bastard broke his equipment and vowing to punish the usual suspects. In the gymnasium of Star City No. 1 High School, students were buzzing with gossip. The main topic was Chen Shan, who had been beaten up after smashing a tester machine the previous night. A student explained that Chen Shan had been punished by the principal and forced to take the blame because he refused to admit to his actions. Their chatter was interrupted by the principal, who introduced his old comrade in arms, a Tier 3 martial artist named Chen Tian. The guest instructor announced he was there to teach everyone a C-rank martial art, the Thunder Rush Fist. He expected them all to learn it well. Hearing this, the protagonist, Su Hong, became determined. He knew that learning such a technique outside of school would cost a fortune, and he resolved to seize this rare opportunity. The instructor, Chen Tian, declared he would demonstrate the fist 10 times. And how much the students learned would be up to them. As the students marveled at seeing a Tier 3 martial artist for the first time, Su Hong recalled that this was the same technique the White Fox had used. Chen Tian began his demonstration. He explained that at the basic level, the Thunder Rush Fist emits a single sound of thunder. Mastery progressed through levels: 3 sounds for proficient, 5 for micro level, 7 for mastered, and a full 9 sounds for the perfect realm. He advised the students to aim for just the basic level for today. Hours later, the students were exhausted and dejected, finding the C-rank art far too difficult to learn. Suddenly, Chen Shan, the school's top genius, successfully executed a punch with a single thunderous sound, reaching the basic level. The principal proudly pointed him out to Chen Tian, asking if he was interested in mentoring the boy. However, Chen Tian was unimpressed, remarking that in other cities, this was merely a passing grade. He lamented that the students were not up to his standards. As the two men walked away, Chen Tian commented on the cruel nature of martial arts, where talent was far more important than hard work. Just then, they were stunned by the sound of a 7-sound Thunder Rush Fist. A student had reached the mastered level after just half a day of practice. Chen Tian's shock turned to disbelief as he realized it was not 7 sounds, but 9. Someone had achieved the perfect realm. He urged the principal to help him find this prodigious student. But by the time they rushed back, the individual was gone. In the aftermath, Chen Tian was ecstatic. Witnessing the perfect technique had given him a sudden inspiration, allowing him to break through to the 8-sound level himself, a feat he thought he might never have achieved in his lifetime. Elsewhere, Su Hong walked away, reflecting on how exhausting the C-rank skill was. A look at his status panel confirmed his success. His Thunder Rush Fist was listed as perfect. His next goal was to earn martial points to break through to the rank of a true martial artist, and he wondered if sparring would be enough to earn them. Su Hong arrived at his workplace, the Raging Thunder Dojo. Inside, he saw a purple-haired youth named Li Yan berating and kicking another student. A friend explained that Li Yan was the disciple of a new, powerful instructor who was arrogant and taught his classes with disdain for the common students. Su Hong stepped in, stopping Li Yan's attack. Angered by the interference, Li Yan challenged Su Hong to a one-on-one fight in the arena, a challenge Su Hong calmly accepted. Their confrontation was cut short by the arrival of the new instructor, who announced that class was starting. Li Yan told Su Hong he was lucky and backed off. While Su Hong noted his opponent's arrogance, the instructor, Li Yan's master, declared he would only demonstrate the raging sea spear technique once. Li Yan scoffed, believing it was impossible to learn from a single viewing. Su Hong, however, focused intently, absorbing the movements. After the brief demonstration, the instructor left the students to practice. While most were confused, Su Hong understood the technique's core principle. The spear must flow with the momentum of endless waves. He picked up a spear and began to practice, his movements fluid and precise. The other students watched in awe, whispering about what a martial arts prodigy he was. From a distance, Li Yan was shocked, unable to believe Su Hong had actually learned the technique so quickly. A friend warned Su Hong to be careful, as Li Yan was very strong. Undeterred, Su Hong approached Li Yan and asked for a match. Intrigued, Li Yan decided to test Su Hong's true ability, offering to give him some pointers. He attacked with a micro-level raging sea spear technique, but Su Hong effortlessly countered, unleashing a proficient-level version of the very same skill. Li Yan was left completely stunned, unable to comprehend how his opponent had surpassed him in an instant. In a burst of pure martial skill, Su Hong defeats an opponent far stronger than himself. His system immediately confirms the win and rewards him with 35 martial points. Across from him, Li Yan collapses to the ground, stunned and unable to accept what just happened. He cannot understand how someone could bring the raging sea spear technique to a proficient level in such a short time. The scene shakes him deeply, making him question the value of his own years of harsh training. As Li Yan's frustration reaches its breaking point, an instructor steps in at once, sharply scolding Li Yan for refusing to accept defeat and questioning his mindset as a martial artist. Clearly impressed, the instructor points out that Su Hong learned the technique simply by watching a single demonstration. Turning to Su Hong, he explains that Li Yan's arrogance led to his loss, and that being defeated by a true genius will serve as an important lesson. He then sincerely apologizes for his student's poor behavior. Su Hong watches quietly, noting how quickly the instructor's attitude changed once his talent was revealed. On the way home, Su Hong reflects on the exhausting yet rewarding day. He opens his status screen and confirms his information. Name, Su Hong. Vitality, 91.7. The Raging Sea Spear technique now shows as proficient, and he has 35 unused martial points. His thoughts shift to the upcoming school exams. He knows that wealthier students have already bought high-grade alloy weapons. Since he enjoyed using the spear, he decides he will need to buy an alloy version as well. A quick search crushes his hope. A single alloy weapon costs a shocking $69,800. His savings are not even enough to cover his aunt's medical expenses, let alone such a purchase. Just as he begins to feel helpless, his gaze lands on a public notice. The city lord is recruiting martial artists to hunt the growing number of ferocious beasts in the Star City wilderness, with generous rewards offered. An idea immediately forms in his mind. He will hunt beasts outside the city. When Su Hong gets home, he finds his aunt and uncle inside. His aunt is carefully tending to his uncle's injuries, worried about why he keeps working so hard when Su Hong has already given them money. His uncle insists that Su Hong is still young and that they cannot rely entirely on him. He wants to save for Su Hong's future while he still has the strength to work. Su Hong greets them warmly. Although his aunt urges him to rest, he tells his uncle that he can earn money now and that his uncle should stay home to recover and take care of her. His uncle is clearly touched, but says he cannot bring himself to do nothing. Su Hong reassures them that he is only earning a small amount for daily expenses and will not push himself too hard. His uncle reminds him that martial arts training is costly and that they want to support him as much as they can. Deeply moved by their selflessness and unwilling to see them harm their health, Su Hong becomes even more determined. He knows he cannot miss the opportunity to hunt beasts. Understanding how dangerous the wilderness is, Su-hong realizes he must strengthen himself first. Without hesitation, he spends all 35 martial points on vitality. He watches the number rise steadily until it reaches 95.2. 2 days later, late at night, Su-hong lies exhausted on the floor of the empty school gym. His status screen shows that every one of his techniques, from the raging sea spear to the void step, has reached the perfection stage. His vitality now stands at 95.3. He knows he is only one step away from becoming a true martial artist. It took 2 full days of relentless training, but now that his preparations are complete, it is time to move forward. On Saturday, Su-hong stands in front of the Star City martial artist base. He did not expect it to be so far from the city center. After seeing it countless times on television, he is finally here in person. He is stunned by the sheer number of martial artists gathered, a rare sight in Star City. He walks up to the bounty board and studies the rewards. An unranked beast earns 300 blue star coins, with higher-tier beasts offering much more. One important detail stands out. To claim a reward, the hunter must present the left ear of the beast as proof. Nearby, he watches another hunter hand over a heavy bag filled with ears at the settlement counter. Suddenly, the crowd stirs as guards force people aside, shouting for everyone to make way for young Master Ye. A flamboyantly dressed young man strides through with an arrogant air. Su-hong observes his clothes and attitude, which remind him of fighters from underground arenas. The martial artists surrounding him whisper among themselves, calling Ye a show-off and saying that if his uncle were not the base director, he would have been dealt with long ago. Someone mentions hearing that Ye was beaten recently and that he had it coming, explaining why he had not been seen for a while. Watching all this, Su-hong comes to a sobering realization. Beasts are not the only danger in the wilderness. Humans can be just as dangerous. He resolves to stay alert. As he approaches the gate leading outside the city, a guard notices his young age and asks if this is his first time going out alone. Su-hong admits that it is. The guard sneers inwardly, thinking he is just another reckless and ignorant kid. Stepping into the dense forest, Su-hong silently promises himself that he will return with a full harvest. However, after 2 hours of searching, he finds nothing at all. Frustrated, he wonders if the beasts in the outer area have already been wiped out and decides to push deeper into the wilderness. His choice quickly proves right. Before long, he comes face to face with a massive wolf covered in white fur, its red eyes glowing with menace. Su-hong recognizes it instantly from his studies. A Tier 1 initial stage beast, the Nether Moon Wolf. This is his first time seeing one in real life. With a chilling howl, the beast launches itself straight at him. A red-eyed, white-furred beast suddenly lunged forward. It moved fast, feral, and violent, but the warrior did not retreat. He stepped in and met the attack head-on, driving his fist straight into the strike of the beast. Golden energy flared around his hand. The punch landed cleanly. The force exploded outward, a shockwave ripping through the body of the beast and sending it flying back. The man stood where it fell, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The rush was better than he had expected. Fighting ferocious beasts felt addictive. His hand trembled slightly, not from fear, but excitement. He realized just how far he had come. A Tier 1 initial stage beast, defeated in a single move. He could not help wondering how he would fare against something stronger. Almost on cue, a heavy presence emerged from the shadows, a raging black bear, a Tier 1 middle stage ferocious beast. The fight barely lasted a moment. One clash, one decisive blow, and it was over. Standing over the fallen bear, his hands still glowing faintly, he felt confident. At his current level, Tier 1 beasts were not much of a threat anymore. As long as he did not provoke anything Tier 2, he figured he would be safe. He pulled out a knife and secured the reward from the kill, already thinking ahead. The system informed him that his accumulated martial value was enough to upgrade his rank. This was it. He could finally break through and become a true martial artist. Later, while resting, a sudden surge of energy swept through the area. He frowned, wondering what kind of beast could give off an aura like that. Curiosity won out. He moved fast, leaping through the forest canopy toward the source. Then he stopped. His eyes locked onto the scene ahead. Looming before him was a massive, dark, scaled serpent, a black jade giant python, a Tier 1, late-stage ferocious beast. Nearby, another warrior was flung aside like a rag doll, smashed into the ground by the overwhelming strength of the python. The man did not get back up. The warrior watched grimly as the brutality unfolded. Then he moved. Launching himself off a rock, he shot straight toward the giant snake. His kick landed in a blur, smashing into the head of the python with terrifying speed. The massive creature reeled back, its head snapping away from the impact. Blood splattered across the dusty ground. Behind him, the first warrior lay still, his chest pierced, life already gone. The hero landed and coughed, wiping blood from his mouth. He steadied himself, then glanced at the fallen man. He muttered that he would borrow the spear for a moment, and picked it up. Weapon in hand, he faced the towering python, fully alert now. The serpent lunged, jaws wide, fangs flashing. He did not back down. Holding his ground, spear raised defensively. He remembered that beasts at this level usually required several martial artists working together. But he also remembered how easily he had crushed that middle-stage bear, and that made all the difference. The hero held his ground as the massive python lunged at him, quickly judging the situation. With his current strength, he knew he could fight the black jade giant python head-on. He did not hesitate, activating his perfected void step. He slipped past the snapping jaws of the serpent and reappeared above it, perfectly positioned to counter. He drove the spear down, pouring energy into it as he unleashed the raging sea spear technique. Blue water, like energy, surged along the shaft, and the spearhead punched through the thick scales on top of the head of the python. The beast let out a deafening roar, pain rippling through its massive body. As the serpent thrashed violently, the warrior moved with it, sprinting along its huge, coiling form as if it were solid ground. He forced himself to stay balanced. Blue energy swirling around him as he tightened his grip on the spear. His expression hardened. One more hit, he decided. Drawing in a deep breath, he flooded the spear with even more power. A roaring vortex of blue energy spiraled down the weapon as he struck again. The blow landed, carving a second wound into the python's head. Enraged, the giant serpent went berserk, smashing the ground and shaking the clearing as it flailed. The sheer difference in size meant he couldn't finish it in a single decisive blow. Staring at the raging beast, he adjusted his plan. He'd weaken it bit by bit, then wait for the right opening to end it as he prepared a new move. Thunder Rush. After landing another successful strike, he immediately jumped back, widening the distance between them. From a safer position, spear raised, his approach became clear. Wait for an opening, strike fast, then disengage before the python could retaliate. He was breathing hard now. Fighting like this was exhausting, he admitted to himself, but it kept him alive. The python didn't look much better. It growled low and furious, its movements slower. Its wounds adding up, he figured a few more clean maneuvers would be enough to bring it down. Raising his spear again, he braced himself and silently urged the beast to come at him once more. Then something felt wrong. A sudden noise behind him made his head snap to the side. His eyes widened as he demanded to know who was there. Before he could react, laughter rang out from above. A man dropped from the trees, his fist glowing with violent red energy. The hero barely had time to cross his arms before the punch landed. The force slammed into him and sent him skidding across the ground. He coughed hard as he pushed himself up to his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Looking up, he froze. Several hostile figures stood in front of him, blocking his path. He questioned who they were. A man in a trench coat stepped forward, a smug smile on his face. He casually remarked that they were meeting again and suggested, almost politely, that the hero hand over the black jade giant python. The group stood facing him, the wounded black jade giant python coiled weakly behind them. Their leader, young Master Ye, looked amused. He mocked the hero openly, saying he'd watched him leave the city alone and had fully expected him to die somewhere out in the wilderness. With a smug grin, Ye gestured toward the injured serpent. He clearly believed the hero had just gotten lucky, stumbling upon a heavily wounded black jade giant python and trying to claim credit for it. Hearing that, the hero quickly pieced things together. These people had arrived late. They hadn't seen the fight at all. One of the larger, more muscular henchmen stepped forward. He told the hero to get lost, saying young Master Ye had already decided the python was his. The hero swept his gaze over them. 5 opponents, all martial artists. Outnumbered like this, he knew a direct fight wouldn't end well. Still, he let out a short, dismissive laugh. Red energy flickered around his fist as he mocked the idea that his earlier blow had just been a sneak attack. He openly questioned whether they truly believed he couldn't take them on. Then he moved. His punch shot forward, wrapped in terrifying red energy. The blow slammed into the henchman and sent the big man staggering backward. Young Master Ye's expression shifted instantly. He recognized the technique, Vajra Fist, and he identified the hero as the infamous Minotaur. The hero blinked in surprise at being recognized, briefly registering the name White Fox in his mind. He raised a hand to his mouth, fury burning behind his eyes. He declared that the hero was the first person who had ever humiliated him so badly in front of others. The hero grabbed the spear and turned, sprinting straight into the forest. Ye didn't hesitate for even a second before shouting the order to kill him, pointing sharply in his direction as his men rushed after him. They chased him into the dense woods, branches whipping past as visibility dropped fast. Before long, they lost sight of him entirely. One of the men warned the others to stay alert. The terrain was perfect for an ambush. Another scoffed, brushing it off, questioning why they should be afraid of a single person. That was when it happened. The hero burst out of the shadows in a blur, slamming into the dismissive henchman from the side. Before anyone could react, his glowing eyes shifted to the next target. He moved again, impossibly fast, cutting down a second pursuer in one clean motion. The body hit the ground hard, lifeless. Young Master Ye stared in disbelief. He couldn't process that kind of speed. One of the remaining men shouted in panic, recognizing the technique. He called it the 9 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Perfected to a level even Tier 3 martial artists struggled to reach. He dropped from the trees without warning, striking another henchman from behind. The body tumbled across the ground and landed right at the feet of young Master Ye and his last remaining subordinate. The final subordinate panicked, begging Ye to leave immediately. He insisted the hero was far too strong to deal with. Ye didn't even consider it. He angrily dismissed the idea of retreat, staring into the forest with bloodshot eyes. He declared that no matter what, he would kill the hero today. From the shadows, the hero watched him closely. The hero moved without hesitation, striking down the last remaining henchman. When it was over, young Master Ye stared at the scene in disbelief, fury twisting his face. He cursed under his breath, unable to wrap his head around how the hero had grown this strong in just a few. Dazed, the hero suddenly vanished from the sight of Ye. Ye spun around instantly, only to find empty air behind him. Before he could relax, the hero reappeared again at his back, already poised to strike. But this time, Ye reacted a split second faster. He turned sharply and launched an attack of his own. Fury twisted the face of Ye as blue energy erupted around him. He flatly refused to accept that he could lose here, forcing his power upward. With a sharp gesture, he extended a finger and fired a concentrated beam of blue energy, his void-breaking finger. The hero barely managed to deflect the blast with the spear. He did not stop. He snarled and unleashed a non-stop barrage. Explosions tore through the forest. Trees shattered, dirt blasted upward, and the hero was forced on the defensive, constantly parrying and dodging as energy beams detonated around him. Even while being pushed back, he stayed focused, quickly judging the strength of the technique. From the sheer output alone, he figured it had to be a B-rank skill. He pointed at the hero and screamed that he had memorized his face. If the hero dared hurt him any further, Ye vowed he would wipe out his entire family. That threat landed wrong. The expression of the hero went cold, all warmth draining from his eyes. In the next instant, the hero closed the distance between them. He yelled that his uncle was a supervisor at the martial artist base, that his father was a powerful figure, anything to survive. It did not help. In a flash, the hero appeared right in front of him, red energy blazing around his fist. He remarked flatly that Ye had been more tolerable when he was acting superior. The punch came down like a verdict. The body of Ye crumpled and crashed to the ground, broken and defeated. The hero stood over him, breathing hard, red energy still rolling off his body. He stated coldly that Ye never should have dragged his family into it. Barely conscious, blood pooling beneath him, he looked up in disbelief. He stammered that it was impossible, that the hero was not even a full martial artist. The tail of the black jade giant python slammed down with crushing force, ending him instantly. The hero turned away and looked back toward the serpent. He had spent too long dealing with the intruders. The giant python had fully recovered its stamina. In the forest clearing, the masked follower stared at his injured companion on the ground. He muttered to his partner that this kid was seriously not right. The other follower asked nervously where young Master Ye was, and if he had finished the job. Before they could speculate further, a rustle from the trees made the masked man turn sharply. The masked follower called out that he had finally decided to show himself. He lifted his weapon, adding that he would not go easy on him. But the hero was already on the move, spear in hand. He shouted for them to get out of the way as he shot forward like an arrow. The reason for his urgency became horrifyingly clear a second later. A monstrous snake burst from the undergrowth. The snake struck fast, its jaws snapping around one follower. A terrible scream was cut short. Almost instantly, a blue system screen flickered in the vision of the hero, reporting that an opponent had been indirectly eliminated and awarding him 30 martial value. Before anyone could react, the heavy tail of the creature whipped around, crushing another follower. He thought to himself, stunned that he could get points like that. Not sticking around to find out more, the hero took off, sprinting deeper into the woods. As he leaped from branch to branch, his mind raced. His martial value was now high enough. Finally, he could break through and become a true martial artist. Perched high in a tree, he scanned the area. He needed a quiet, secure spot for his breakthrough. His eyes landed on a cave entrance halfway up a rocky cliffside. That looked perfect. He did not get far. As he approached the dark opening, the same giant red-headed snake lunged out with a furious roar, trapping him inside the cavern. The hero faced the beast, his back to the cave wall. A blue system interface materialized in front of him, displaying his details. It showed his name as Su Hong, and his martial value as 504. No time to waste. The hero focused and mentally hit the breakthrough command on the screen. He urged himself to go faster. A red aura suddenly erupted around him, waves of heat rolling off his body like he was filled with molten rock. His vitality skyrocketed. His vitality reached 100. Then, a brilliant notification appeared stating he had broken through to a Tier 1 martial artist. He said to the cave air that he was now a real martial artist. He turned his gaze back to the giant snake, his eyes gleaming. He announced that it was his turn. He shot forward, his fist already glowing with a fierce red light. The punch connected with the snout of the snake. Energy pooled in his free hand. He growled the beginning of a command, "Get," as he raised the spear high. Blue, lightning-like energy crackled down its length. He yelled down as he brought the weapon crashing onto the body of the snake in an explosion of blue force. As the dust settled, the hero clenched his fist. Golden, crackling electricity surrounded it, buzzing with raw power. He announced his next attack, Thunder Rush Fist, and drove his energized fist down toward the wounded beast with a final decisive blow. The pained roar of the snake echoed through the cave as the attack landed. The hero stood on the body of the giant snake in the misty clearing, spear in hand. Even though the beast had already been hurt, he felt a surge of confidence, knowing he could now face something like that straight on. A soft chime in his mind confirmed his victory, adding 92 martial value to his total. Sitting down on the scaled carcass, he remembered the usual rule: cut off the left ear to trade for coin. He stared at the head of the snake, then sighed. Right. Snakes do not have ears. Well, no helping it. He decided he had better just get moving and headed out of the rocky clearing, leaving the massive body behind. Walking through the sun-dappled forest with his spear slung over his shoulder, he eventually came across another body, this one with blonde hair. It was young Master Yi. Su Hong looked down at him. "You got off easy," he said quietly. Crouching, he began to search the belongings of the young master. His main hope was finding that high-level martial technique Ye had used in their fight. His fingers closed around a small, unmarked black book. Could this be it? The void-breaking finger? Later that night, back in the shelter of a cave with a small campfire crackling, Su Hong studied the book intently. He had committed the introductory method to memory. Now it was time to let the system do its work. In the familiar blue data stream space of his mind, he sat cross-legged. "Come on," he urged. A glowing, translucent copy of himself materialized before him. Together, they moved through the intricate forms. "Void-breaking finger!" Su Hong called out in the mental space. Streaks of light followed his movements as the system text flashed, tracking his progress. 51%, 78%, 93%. Back in the physical world, by the fire, a blue notification settled in his vision. Void-breaking finger, basic 1%. Su Hong doubled over, coughing. Even at the basic level, a B-rank skill put an incredible strain on his body. 3 days later, a thunderous howl echoed through the trees. A huge, red-eyed ape monster slammed its fists against the ground. Perfect, Su Hong thought. He needed something to test his new power on. He darted forward, energy focusing at his fingertip. The technique felt smooth, powerful. As the ape monster fell, Su Hong stood amidst the settling dust. His finger was still glowing with a faint blue energy. He had reached the perfect realm. The system confirmed it. Void-breaking finger, master. Void-breaking finger, perfect. The power was absolutely worthy of a B-rank skill. The martial artist base was in an unusual state of quiet when he arrived. Inside, the main hall was buzzing. A crowd watched as one man at the counter collected a hefty payout of 230,000 Blue Star coins. Murmurs of admiration rippled through the onlookers. Another group, the Thunder Squad, was being praised for their haul of Tier 1 beasts. When it was time for Su Hong, he hoisted a large, heavy bag onto the counter. The woman working there peered inside, and her eyes went wide. She started counting, her voice rising with disbelief as she announced the total. 406,000 Blue Star coins from 72 initial stage, 83 middle stage, and 17 high stage Tier 1 beasts. A cold sweat prickled on the neck of Su Hong. He had gotten carried away. This was way too much attention. Before he could even leave the counter, a commotion erupted outside. Official vehicles screeched to a halt, blockading the base entrance. The crowd around him stirred, everyone turning to look. Was the base under attack? People whispered, noting the high-level martial artists now stationed at every exit. A stern-looking man in a suit, identified by the system as Yi Qi, base person in charge, and the uncle of Yi Feng, barked orders to his subordinates. "Seal the area! No one gets out!" A brave soul from the crowd called out, asking what was going on. The face of Yi Qi twisted with fury. His nephew Yi Feng and his entire group of 4 martial artists were all dead, he shouted. A shocked silence fell, then broke into frantic murmurs. Yi Feng was killed? His whole squad wiped out? Nearby, 2 men whispered to each other. "Good riddance," one said. "We have all been robbed by that crew." Finally, someone took out the scourge. Yi Qi, followed by an assistant, pushed through the crowd. He made a chilling announcement. A B-rank martial skill was missing from the body of his nephew. Every martial artist present would be searched. Su Hong stayed in the middle of the crowd, keeping his expression neutral. The bodies had been mauled by that giant python, so there should not be a trail leading back to him. As he began to move with the flow of people, he could not shake the feeling. Were they already targeting him? Suddenly, Yi Qi himself was there, his gaze locking onto Su Hong. "I heard a little brother here killed 400,000 worth of beasts, all by himself," Yi Qi said, his voice carrying over the murmurs. "Your skills must be truly amazing." Su Hong noticed his path was blocked, and a man in a sharp suit stepped forward, flanked by a few rough-looking thugs. The face of the man carried a polite sort of menace as he spoke. He mentioned the rumors about the recent solo hunt of Su Hong, and the fortune in beast cores he was said to have gained. But the thugs were not convinced. They looked at Su Hong like he was just some low-level fighter. a novice who could never have pulled off such a feat. To them, he was nothing more than a thief who probably took the backpack of young Master Ye. The thugs tried to grab him, but Su Hong moved faster than their eyes could follow, his weapon appearing in a blur. He spoke coolly, reminding them he was a student at the elite Xingchen No. 1 high school, and daring them to touch him. The leader hesitated. He was caught between anger over the stolen martial art of his nephew and the risk of provoking a potential prodigy from the top academy. Trying another approach, the man offered 10,000 as compensation for the search. Su Hong stayed calm, knowing his secrets were safe with Yi Feng gone, claimed by a monstrous python in the wild. He countered, asking for 3 times the offer. With no other choice, the man agreed. Su Hong even encouraged them to be thorough to avoid being wrongly accused. The search turned up nothing. But just as Su Hong was about to leave with the money, the leader called him back, insisting no one could leave until he was fully satisfied. By the time the man finished speaking, Su Hong had vanished into the city, thinking about his next move. He took a quick shower and then visited the Warriors Association to test his rank and get the guidance technique. Alone in the room, Su Hong pulled up his internal status screen. A holographic display floated before him. He had 534 martial arts points, the result of relentless training and brutal encounters. His chi and blood value was 103, just enough to be a first-tier martial artist. The next stage required 200 points. And with his accumulated points, he could almost reach it in one step. But his attention turned to 2 stats he had never touched before: spirit and mortal body. Curious about their potential, he started allocating points into spirit, watching the number climb with no immediate effect. Then he focused on mortal body, eager to see what evolution it might bring. The Warriors Association proving grounds were buzzing with energy. A promising young fighter, a disciple of the famous Jiang Ming, had just finished his test. With a combat power of 1,763, enough to nearly be a mid-tier warrior, the crowd admired him, and he turned to the next challenger, Su Hong, with obvious disdain. For him, testing at that age meant genius. But Su Hong? He was probably average at best. Su Hong stepped up to the chi and blood detector. The screen lit up at his touch, showing a reading of 123. The hall went silent. People whispered and questioned whether the machine was broken. Even the confident face of the arrogant disciple faltered. And the proctor double-checked before announcing, clearly surprised, that Su Hong had passed. The disciple muttered that raw life force meant nothing, insisting combat power was the real measure. All eyes turned to Su Hong as he approached the combat assessment pillar. Inside, he remained calm, calculating. His recent upgrades had given him a huge boost in strength, and though he considered holding back, he decided to use about half of his true power. He struck, and the air itself seemed to react. The punch hit the pillar like an explosion. The multi-ton testing machine ripped from its moorings and smashed into the far wall. The crowd could not process what had just happened. This was not a test. It was pure destruction. Some whispered, some shouted. Nobody could believe that a first-stage novice had just shattered a high-tier benchmark with one casual punch. In the crowd, the man from the alley watched, pale and shocked. His subordinate pointed, stammering. The eyes of the leader widened as realization hit. "It is him," he said quietly. "That explains everything." Meanwhile, across the city, Wu Lingxian, president of the Star City Martial Arts Association, had been fuming over the lack of local talent. Her office door burst open, and an assistant delivered frantic news. A first-stage novice had just punched the testing machine into scrap metal, showing a combat power over 3,000. The frustration of Wu Lingxian instantly turned to sharp focus. Her city finally had its genius. Inside the main hall of the Martial Artists Association, a male staff member walked up to Su Hong and politely explained that there was a process to follow. He would need to head to the 2nd floor first, get officially registered as a martial artist, and only then receive his monthly allowance. Su Hong gave a quiet thanks and was about to move when a cool, commanding voice cut in, saying she would handle it herself. The staff member immediately straightened, clearly aware of who had spoken. From the 2nd floor balcony stood a woman with long golden hair. Her eyes landed on Su Hong. as she calmly confirmed his name, then introduced herself as Wu Lingxian, the president of the Star City Martial Artists Association branch. With a simple gesture, she told him to come along. Su Hong followed without hesitation. Though inwardly, he was surprised. He had not expected the president of the association, someone rumored to be a Tier 5 martial artist, to feel so overpowering just by standing there. Once inside her office, Wu Lingxian casually asked if he studied at Star City No. 1 High School. She mentioned that Old Man Liang had complained before, saying the school had only produced 2 average Tier 1 martial artists this year. What no one realized, she said, was that an exceptional talent had been quietly sitting among them the whole time. Su Hong felt more puzzled by the minute. He explained that he had only come to register, collect his allowance, and pick up a guidance technique. Wu Lingxian brushed that aside. His ID and allowance were already taken care of downstairs. As for the guidance technique, she said she would teach him personally. Standing in front of him, she asked how much he understood about guidance techniques. Su Hong answered honestly, repeating what the textbooks taught, that heavenly and earthly spiritual qi had different attributes, and guidance techniques were used to absorb them and strengthen the body, as long as the attributes matched. Wu Lingxian smiled slightly and said the explanation was not wrong, just incomplete. Guidance techniques were not limited to cultivation alone. As she demonstrated her heavenly fire guidance technique, a flame appeared in her palm, growing stronger until blazing fire wrapped around her fist. She explained that it absorbed fire attribute spiritual qi, reinforced the body, and could directly enhance attacks with fire-based power. Once the attribute could be released outward, the range and impact of attacks increased dramatically. With a smooth motion, she sent a stream of fire forward, before casually adding that most martial artists considered it impressive if their attacks carried even a faint trace of attribute power. Su Hong reevaluated everything he thought he knew. He had always believed guidance techniques were strictly for absorption. None of the books mentioned combat use. Wu Lingxian continued, explaining that heavenly and earthly spiritual qi carried 7 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind. Each had different strengths, with lightning leading in raw offensive power, followed by metal and fire. But in the end, what mattered most was compatibility. She picked up a red crystal from her desk and explained that it was used to measure compatibility. The brighter it glowed, the higher the match. Most martial artists fell around 20 to 30%. Even her own 80% was considered exceptional. Given his talent, she expected him to surpass 90. Su Hong accepted the crystal, thinking that if someone like her had reached Tier 5 with 80%, then 70 would already be impressive for him. The crystal answered immediately. A brilliant red glow filled it almost completely, lighting up the office. Wu Lingxian stared in disbelief as the result became clear. Perfect fire attribute compatibility. She explained quickly that this meant he could absorb fire spiritual qi with no loss at all. By comparison, her own absorption wasted 20% every time. That alone placed his potential far beyond hers. She admitted she never imagined Star City could produce someone on par with the top talents from the Imperial Capital or Magic City. As Su Hong looked at the crystal, another thought crossed his mind. Fire was strong, but lightning suited him better. The crystal reacted again, this time bursting with a dazzling golden glow. After a brief pause, Su Hong quietly noted that his lightning compatibility also appeared to be perfect. Wu Lingxian struggled to process it. Dual attributes, both flawless. Before she could fully react, the crystal continued responding. Wind followed, then the others. One after another, every attribute reached the same result. 7 attributes, all perfect. Wu Lingxian sank into her chair, her past achievements suddenly feeling distant. She remembered being praised as a top genius herself, reaching Tier 5 before 30. But standing in front of someone who broke every rule, she realized how different the gap truly was. For Su Hong, 7 perfect attributes felt both like a gift and a weight. Giving up any of them seemed unbearable, so he asked for copies of all 7 guidance techniques. Wu Lingxian reacted sharply, warning him that human energy was limited. Even the most gifted martial artists usually focused on 1 or 2 attributes. She recalled someone who tried to cultivate all 7 and never advanced past Tier 1. even after decades. Su Hong didn't argue. He simply said he wasn't ready to choose yet. He wanted to try first. After a moment, Wu Lingshan agreed, reminding him not to waste such rare talent. She then brought up the upcoming monthly school exam. With tensions rising at the all-heaven battlefield and the threat of war with the 10,000 races looming, nations were pouring resources into a genius training camp. She planned to recommend him. If he took first place in the school exam, he'd qualify automatically. Hearing about the 10,000 races stirred memories from over a decade ago, when Su Hong lost everyone except his uncle and aunt. His resolve settled firmly. He would become stronger. That kind of loss would never happen again. When he returned home, he excitedly told his uncle and aunt that he was now an official martial artist. Their reactions were immediate. Joy, relief, and emotion all at once. He explained that a Tier 1 martial artist received a monthly allowance of 10,000, meaning his uncle no longer had to push himself to exhaustion. They called him the family's support. Su Hong took a steady breath. From this point on, they were protected. That night, just past midnight, he tested the guidance technique. Sitting quietly, he circulated his energy. His eyes glimmered faintly as he punched forward. A small flicker formed around his fist, but instead of fire, only thin smoke drifted out. He frowned. This felt far weaker than expected. Then a notification appeared, confirming that he had successfully learned the guidance technique. Checking the details, he saw it was only level 1. That was when a new idea took shape. If guidance techniques had levels, then maybe this was something only he could push far beyond its limit. Su Hong stared at the system interface, still unable to wrap his head around one thing: how guidance techniques were actually upgraded. He tried pouring martial value into it the same way he had done with his other skills. The system responded instantly with a warning, saying his martial value wasn't enough. Seeing that, he didn't push further. There was no point forcing it. He reasoned that it made more sense to slow down. Focus on cultivation first, fully grasp every guidance technique, and then worry about earning more martial value later. With his plans set, he settled into cultivation. He worked on all the guidance techniques at once. Almost immediately, a fierce, blazing aura burst out from his body. Hours passed in silence. One after another, the thunder guidance technique, water marsh guidance technique, thick earth guidance technique, and spirit wind guidance technique all reached level 1. Inside him, 7 different spiritual chi now existed together. The problem showed itself right away. The energies didn't cooperate. They pushed against each other aggressively. At that moment, Su Hong finally understood what President Wu had warned him about. There really had been geniuses in the past who tried cultivating 7 techniques at once, and never moved beyond Tier 1. The energy inside his body turned violent. Pain spread as his veins stood out sharply, and sweat streamed down his face. Even though all 7 attributes were present, he realized he could only activate 1 at a time. The instant he tried to use 2 together, the energies clashed, wiped each other out, and vanished. A red flame burst from his palm, lasting only a heartbeat before breaking apart. He focused again, and lightning surged instead. Su Hong narrowed his eyes. Fire and lightning were naturally close in nature. Could they really not be combined? He tried again. The result was the same. Annoyance crept in, but he didn't stop. He tried again, and again. Time slipped by unnoticed, until the sky began to lighten. His breathing turned rough, his clothes soaked, his arms shaking from fatigue, but he kept going. Lightning surged once more. This time, he forcefully dragged the fire along with it. Energy exploded outward as he pushed through with everything he had. And finally it worked. After an entire night of non-stop attempts, lightning and fire fused into a single force. Without wasting time, Su Hong decided to test it properly. He headed straight to the Star City Martial Arts Square. This time, he chose a Tier 3 combat power tester, not interested in repeating his past mistake of destroying equipment. Previously, using only half his strength, he had hit 3,000 combat power. Now, he limited himself to just 30%. He threw a punch. The number jumped past 2,300. Su Hong paused. By his estimate, it should have been closer to 1,800. That was nearly a 500-point difference. If pure lightning already gave results like this, what would happen when combined with fire? Energy gathered again in his palm. When he struck, the tester shook hard as the number shot past 3,000. A small smile appeared as he looked at his hand. With thunder and fire combined and only 30% output, he had already surpassed a high-stage Tier 1 martial artist, and his vitality was only 123. That kind of potential felt overwhelming, and this was with just 2 attributes. His thoughts immediately jumped ahead. What if he combined all 7? Lightning crackled and flames swirled in his palm as he made his next decision. He would attempt 3 attributes next. Later, on the rooftop of his home, Su-hong lay flat, shirtless, staring at the sky. After countless intense attempts, he finally accepted the truth. Merging 3 attributes was far harder than merging 2, several times harder. No matter how he adjusted or experimented, there was no real progress. That was when the answer clicked. The issue was not his control. It was the level of his guidance technique. He checked the system again. All of them were still stuck at level 1, and the monthly exam was tomorrow. For now, what he needed most was more martial value. The next morning, Star City No. 1 High School was packed. Students filled every corner. The principal announced that today's exam would be different. Due to rising pressure on the front lines, a large-scale genius training camp was being set up to prepare for future conflict. The rewards were insane. Top-tier resources, martial arts manuals, pills, and even grandmasters as instructors. The top 3 students in this exam would earn a spot in Star City's training camp. The crowd erupted. A genius training camp. Someone whispered that one of the instructors was a Tier 7 grandmaster. That alone sounded unreal, especially when the principal himself was only Tier 3. Ambition lit up faces across the field. Su-hong focused on one detail only. Top 3. Ranking high was not enough. A friend moved up beside him and dropped some unexpected news. Shenshan and Li Tu had both broken into Tier 1. Many students had reached the basic level of Thunder Rush Fist. Su-hong had been gone for 10 days, and during that time, breakthroughs had piled up. There were even rumors of special training arranged by the principal. Shenshan and Li Tu both had vitality over 100 now, and their Thunder Rush attacks produced 3 echoes. Shenshan openly told Li Tu he would prove who the real strongest was. Li Tu shot back that after slamming Shenshan into the ground, he hoped the confidence would still be there. As the principal stepped down, an instructor asked quietly whether they had found the genius who used the 9-echo Thunder Rush Fist. The principal replied that he had searched everywhere and believed that person was not a student here. Before the conversation could continue, a group approached. The man in front spoke with a mocking tone, asking why the principal looked so miserable. It was Zhang Ming. The principal frowned and asked what he was doing on campus. Zhang Ming casually replied that this year's students did not look impressive and brought along 2 disciples, joking about sparring with the school's top students after the exam. The principal immediately understood this was public humiliation. Refusing would only confirm weakness. Before he could answer, Zhang Ming added that he would understand if the principal declined. After all, the students looked fragile. An instructor snapped back, asking if Zhang Ming was picking a fight. The exchange stopped abruptly when someone leaned in and whispered something to Zhang Ming. Pointing toward the crowd, Zhang Ming followed the direction and spotted Su-hong standing calmly among the students, a faint smile on his face. Recognition hit instantly, so he really was from No. 1 High School. Zhang Ming cursed inwardly and gestured to his disciples. Facing that boy meant guaranteed loss. Rather than embarrass himself, he laughed it off, saying he had only been joking. There was no competition at all. His disciples played along, pretending to back down. The principal and instructor were furious. Soon after, the exam officially began. The first match was announced. Number 665, Shang Ping, versus number 66, Su-hong. As they stepped onto the stage, Su-hong's friend grew nervous. Shang Ping was a quasi-martial artist known for raw strength. A teacher shouted a reminder not to push too hard. Injuries were not worth it. Before the match even started, Shang Ping smirked and asked whether Su-hong planned to fall on his own or be slammed down. In the next moment, Su-hong disappeared. Before anyone could react, he appeared behind Shang Ping. He grabbed him with one hand and drove him straight into the floor. The arena went quiet. His friend and the teacher stared, swearing softly. They could not understand when Su Hong had reached this level. One move, complete victory. As the dust settled, Su Hong stood alone at the center of the stage. He stood over his defeated opponent again, calm as ever. The crowd completely lost it. They shouted that Su Hong had won again, and asked how he was even that strong. Some of them started guessing that he might already be a Tier 1 martial artist. Excitement kept rising as people reminded each other that the next match would decide the champion. Up in the office, Principal Lee sat with Chen Tian, watching everything unfold. Chen Tian frowned and asked where this Su Hong had suddenly come from. He said he had been giving private tutoring before, yet Su Hong had never shown up in front of him. Principal Lee lowered his gaze and admitted it was his own failure. He said he should have discovered such a promising student earlier. By not giving Su Hong proper guidance sooner, he felt like he had almost buried real talent. Chen Tian looked thoughtful. He mentioned that Su Hong seemed familiar, like he had seen him somewhere before, but he just could not remember where. Soon Principal Lee shifted the topic and said the semi-final between Shen Shan and Li Tu should be wrapping up with a winner any moment down in the arena. Chen Shan and Li Tu clashed in an absolute bloodbath. The crowd went wild, realizing these two titans were dead even. Nobody could call this fight. Out of nowhere, Li Tu wound up a devastating right hook. Smirking, he warned Chen Shan that since they were both rocking the 3-Echo Thunder Rush fist, his rival better drop his ultimate, or it was lights out. Chen Shan tanked the blow flawlessly. A split second later, his own knuckles ignited into roaring flames. He ordered Li Tu to take notes, crowning himself the undisputed king of the campus. The bleachers erupted. Students lost their minds, screaming that Chen Shan had actually mastered attribute externalization, flexing the ultra-rare fire element. A power outranked only by raw lightning. But Li Tu didn't even flinch. He coldly brushed it off, calling attribute externalization a basic party trick. Right on cue, a piercing blue aura swallowed his fist. The audience absolutely lost it, realizing Li Tu was hiding the exact same cheat code. Except his was the metal attribute, a totally broken element that hit way harder than fire. Flashing a wicked grin, Li Tu promised the show was just getting started. He detonated the 5-Echo Thunder Rush fist. The arena shook as their auras collided. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Tian realized that in a mere 10 days, Li Tu hadn't just nailed externalization, he'd leveled up his Thunder Fist to the micro tier. He had to admit, the kid was a total prodigy. Principal Lee coolly crossed his arms, claiming the grand finale was already a done deal. Between that micro-level mastery and the metal attribute, he bet Su Hong would get absolutely wiped. Sighing, he muttered what a massive letdown it was. If only Su Hong had grinded out a guidance technique and the Thunder Fist, he'd actually have a fighting chance. Right then, a shady guy hovering nearby pitched a wild gamble. He slammed down 50,000, betting Su Hong would snatch the crown, daring the principal and Chen Tian to match it. One of the staff snapped, calling the dude clinically insane. They argued that sure, Su Hong hit hard, but he literally had 0 guidance techniques under his belt. How the hell was he supposed to survive? The gambler just chuckled, warning them that if they were that cocky, he was about to rob them blind. Moments later, the loudspeakers blared. It was time for the ultimate showdown. Grand finale, rank number 1, Li Tu, throwing down against number 666, Su Hong. The stands exploded into pure chaos, fans screaming their lungs out. Li Tu glared down his nose at Su Hong, scoffing that the underdog got incredibly lucky. He claimed Su Hong only survived this long by dodging him and Chen Shan. Su Hong just stood there, dead silent, analyzing his prey. Smug as ever, Li Tu offered him a consolation prize, bragging rights as the school's second-best fighter. Su Hong tilted his head, casually asking who the hell was taking first. Li Tu stepped up, declaring himself the undisputed king. He bragged he'd only need a single strike to expose the massive skill gap between them. 0 hesitation. Li Tu opened the match by dropping his massive 5-Echo Thunder Rush fist. The bleachers went dead silent. Everyone was genuinely terrified he was popping his ultimate straight out of the gate. Fanboys instantly called the match, swearing that against an attack that cracked, Su-hong was dead meat. Su-hong's gaze turned absolutely lethal. A fiery intensity flared around his clenched fists. Honestly, he just wanted to push his base stats to the absolute limit today. After slaughtering hordes of mutant beasts in the wild, beating up high schoolers felt like a joke. But finally, Li Tu looked like a decent punching bag. Instead of backing off, Su-hong lunged straight into the kill zone. The crowd panicked, screaming for the ref to stop this suicide mission. Then, boom, their knuckles collided in a blinding shockwave. In a split second, Su-hong unleashed a hyper-speed 5-hit combo, brutally shattering Li Tu's ultimate technique. Li Tu's jaw practically hit the floor. The terrifying truth hit him. Su-hong just steamrolled his best move, using nothing but raw, unbuffed muscle. Su-hong didn't let up, raining down merciless, bone-crushing hooks. Li Tu was fighting for his life, buckling under the sheer, suffocating pressure of every hit. The stands went crazy, realizing Su-hong wasn't even tapping into martial arts. He was literally face-tanking the 5-Echo Thunder Fist with 0 buffs. Students gasped that his raw power was utterly broken, betting their lives he was hiding a mutated physique. One instructor practically cried laughing, hyped that their academy finally birthed a genetic freak. But Chen Tian just narrowed his eyes, sharply noting that while the kid hit like a truck, Li Tu still had his elemental armor. Su-hong wasn't out of the woods yet. Skidding backward, Li Tu instantly toggled his aura back to max power. He roared at Su-hong to wipe that smirk off his face, swearing he was the only alpha in this ring. His fists glowed like beacons as he charged. Su-hong had planned to stick to his physical build. But watching Li Tu go all out, he figured he'd return the favor. Crackling electricity suddenly surged through the air. The entire stadium froze as violent lightning wrapped around Su-hong's arm. The crowd lost their collective minds, screaming that Su-hong was rocking a tribute externalization too. Half the arena was completely paralyzed, finally piecing together that this monster had actually mastered the thunder guidance technique. A mutated physique stacked with raw lightning, literally the most lethal element in the game, the kid's potential was genuinely terrifying. Their elemental auras slammed together in a devastating shockwave. Li Tu felt his soul leave his body. Su-hong's lightning completely overpowered his metal defense. Ice cold, Su-hong whispered that since Li Tu flexed his ultimate, it was only fair he fired back. What happened next was an absolute blur of hyperspeed violence. When the dust settled, Li Tu was planted face first on the concrete. Gasping for air, he stared up in sheer horror. Su-hong had dropped the 9-Echo strike, a move that literally shouldn't exist. Su-hong towered over his broken rival, completely silent. For 5 agonizing seconds, you could hear a pin drop in that stadium. Then, a single voice shrieked, asking if the underdog just stole the crown. The arena erupted like a volcano. Students were crying, screaming that the 9-Echo Thunder Fist was the realm of gods. A few even swore Su-hong's lightning was deadlier than the guy who, literally, taught the damn class. They weren't looking at a prodigy anymore. They were looking at the legendary dragon of Star City High. Chen Tian just stared, whispering to himself that 9 echoes defied the laws of physics. For a high schooler. Suddenly, a chilling thought hit him. Was Su-hong the ghost-like genius who vanished from campus all those days ago? He mumbled that once a monster like this crashed the elite training camp, those rich kid prodigies were going to get absolutely massacred. Standing solo in the spotlight, Su-hong realized the golden koi wasn't meant to rot in a tiny puddle. The second it catches the storm, it ascends into a mythical dragon. Deep down, he knew this city was just a stepping stone. High above, Principal Li cracked a knowing smile. He was dead certain that in the upcoming gauntlet, Su-hong was going to obliterate the competition. The Magic City, the Imperial Capital, hell, even the terrifying battlefield of 10,000 races. That was where this kid was born to flex. By the time he dragged himself back to his rundown apartment block, the sun was already dipping below the skyline. His uncle was just plating up a cheap, warm dinner. Su-hong shouted that he was back, and his uncle instantly grilled him about the exams. Flashing a cocky grin, Su-hong casually dropped the bomb. he just took first place. Hearing his rank in the monthly exam, his uncle froze for a split second, then absolutely lost his mind, screaming with pure hype. They were right in the middle of celebrating when someone started hammering on the door. A super harsh, entitled woman's voice echoed from the hallway, demanding to know if this was Su Hong's place. Su Hong cracked the door open, totally lost. His uncle and aunt instantly huddled up right behind him, nervously peeking out into the hall. Standing there was this severely overdressed lady, absolutely dripping in flashy designer jewelry. She smugly announced she was Lin Nan's mother, laying out the rules that only the top 3 rankers even get a shot at the training camp. Her precious son had flopped into 4th place. Without skipping a beat, she cut right to the chase. She wanted Su Hong to forfeit his spot so her kid could take it. She casually whipped out a massive stack of cash, throwing down a $30,000 bribe for him to walk away. Su Hong and his family just stared right through her. Nobody even twitched toward the money. They weren't tempted at all, just completely weirded out. The second she realized her dirty money wasn't hitting, her whole vibe turned nasty. She started weaponizing fear, sneering that the training camp was an absolute meat grinder where kids actually die. Looking down her nose, she dragged their poor background, claiming they'd be stupid not to cash out now. She bragged that the rich kids were running around with high-tier buff pills and insane gear that a kid like Su Hong could never dream of affording. Her toxic warnings completely rattled his aunt. Terrified, she whispered to Su Hong, asking if it was genuinely that lethal. His uncle immediately started rubbing her back, desperately trying to keep her from spiraling. He locked eyes with Su Hong, his voice dropping as he asked if the boy could swear on his life that he'd make it back alive. Su Hong didn't even blink, stepping up and vowing straight out that nothing was going to take him down. The rich mom barked out a toxic, mocking laugh, daring to ask the uncle if he was stupid enough to trust the little kid's empty promise. His uncle didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. He fiercely declared that Su Hong was a man now, and there was zero chance he'd ever trust some random, salty stranger over his own blood. With that, he slammed the door right in her face. Muffled from the hallway, she shrieked that they were literally just throwing his life away to get wiped out at camp. Inside, the heavy tension started melting. His uncle pulled Su Hong aside, quietly asking if he'd been downplaying the danger this whole time. Su Hong shrugged it off like it was nothing, promising them he had the whole situation totally under control. His uncle shot him a massive, proud thumbs up, admitting straight up that he was just a regular guy. But if Su Hong had the raw guts to step into the fire, then his family was going to ride or die with him to the end. Out of nowhere, his aunt smacked his uncle right on the back, telling him to quit acting like they were in a cheesy movie. She fiercely told Su Hong that they didn't give a damn about flexing ranks or chasing clout. They literally just wanted him breathing and safe. Su Hong flashed a warm, genuine smile, feeling a massive weight lift straight off his chest. Much later that night, he was posted up alone on the edge of the rooftop, staring out across the neon glow of the city grid. He totally knew that even though his aunt and uncle were acting tough for him, they were absolutely terrified on the inside. He whispered a hard vow to himself. He was never going to let them down. If he was going to guard their peaceful new life, he had to crank his power level to the absolute max. He pulled up his floating system UI. He had stacked up 285 martial value points from sweeping the exam, but it still felt like pocket change. His mortal body completion was sitting at a weak 36.1%. Thinking about those broken, pay-to-win kids at the camp, he knew he had to hardcore buff his raw physical stats first. He started dumping all his points straight into his mortal body. A harsh, blood-red aura flared around him as the progress bar violently ticked up. When the glow finally shattered, thick steam literally poured off his skin. His mortal body stat locked in at 64.6%, still miles away from maxing out at 100. He couldn't help but hype himself up, wondering what kind of insane, god-tier physique he was going to unlock once he capped it. But then, he caught a totally crazy glitch in the system. Both his Thunder Guidance and Heavenly Flame techniques had secretly leveled up to rank 2 entirely on their own. He'd barely been throwing out casual reps for a few days. It hit him that maybe these insane skills didn't need crazy rare items to evolve. Maybe just raw, non-stop grinding was the real cheat code. Wanting to push his luck, He immediately started spamming the skills to see if he could force another level up. Violent blue lightning cracked in his left hand, while roaring crimson fire ignited in his right. He locked into the zone, running a grueling training marathon straight through the darkness. By the time dawn broke, golden sunlight was bleeding across the skyscraper glass. Su Hong snapped his eyes open after an entire night of punishing cultivation. Sparks and embers were literally dancing in the air all around his body. A system ping flashed in his vision. Both elemental techniques had successfully shattered the ceiling, hitting level 3. He checked his updated specs. His vitality had spiked by a solid 3 points, locking in at 126. His mortal body was still hard stuck at 64.6%, and his points balance was completely wiped out. A few hours later, he was posted up outside his apartment complex, his heavy weapon casually slung over his shoulder. Fully geared up and ready to drop into the training camp, his aunt was giving him major panicked mom eyes, begging him to just survive. She practically whispered that if the vibes got too dark, he could always just pull out and come home. His uncle instantly told her to chill with the bad omens. He threw up a massive, goofy wave, loudly telling Su Hong to go out there and snatch another absolute W. Su Hong flashed a confident grin, nodded, and started walking down the dead silent street. But the exact second he was out of earshot, his uncle's tough guy mask instantly shattered. He just stood there, visibly trembling as he watched the kid walk into danger. Absolute waterfalls of tears started pouring down his face. His aunt totally roasted him, asking if he was secretly just as terrified as she was. He totally cracked, admitting he was losing his mind. He just didn't want Su Hong carrying their family's anxiety as extra baggage. Meanwhile, a few blocks away, as Su Hong was cruising down the pavement, his combat instincts suddenly spiked. A sleek, cherry-red sports car aggressively drifted around the corner and slammed its brakes right next to him. The tinted window smoothly rolled down. President Wu Ling-shen was sitting in the driver's seat, looking completely flawless in pitch-black shades. She didn't even say hello, just ordered him to get in the car. Seconds later, they were violently tearing down the highway. Su Hong couldn't help but ask why the big boss was playing personal Uber for him. Without even blinking at him, she casually dropped that she needed to warn him about the absolute bloodbath waiting at camp. With her security clearance, she had the exact stats of every player on the board. She warned him that some of these kids were already peaking as Tier 1 high-stage monsters, and they were basically kissing the edge of Tier 2. Worse, their loaded families had already bought them B-rank combat skills. Su Hong just sat there, listening with zero panic. He knew hitting Tier 2 required a massive 200 vitality points, which was a terrifying gap from his current level. But honestly, he couldn't care less. Even if these trust fund babies were spamming B-rank skills, his broken system would let him speedrun god-tier techniques in his sleep. Wu Ling-shen kept talking, admitting that while his raw talent was the most insane thing she'd ever witnessed, he was flat broke compared to these kids running on unlimited family bank accounts. She softened her tone, telling him that even if he got crushed at this camp, he absolutely shouldn't let it wreck his mental state. Gapping them in power was literally just a matter of time. Su Hong hit her with a totally genuine thank you, affectionately calling her Sister Wu. She shot him a tiny, unreadable glance from behind the wheel. Even after catching wind of the massive power gap between him and the competition, he didn't even blink. Seeing that icy composure, she instantly knew his mental game was absolutely bulletproof. A blacked-out van snaked through the lethal, twisting roads of the Tianlin mountain range. Inside, Li Tu and Chen Shan practically leaped out of their seats, totally mind-blown that this so-called training camp was dumped right in the middle of a literal beast-infested death zone. The principal didn't even break a sweat, smoothly telling them to chill. He dropped the fact that a top-tier grandmaster was watching over the camp, guaranteeing nobody was going to get themselves unalived out there. Su Hong just stared out the window as the rugged scenery blurred past. He already knew the Tianlin mountain range was an absolute unit of a territory, stretching its deadly reach across multiple zones, including Star City and Yang City. The spiritual energy out here was thick enough to choke on, making it an absolute breeding ground for bloodthirsty monsters. And buried deep in those shadows, Beast Kings packing the same insane firepower as Tier 7 Grandmasters. Just scraping the edges of this place meant facing Tier 1 beasts that made regular monsters look like absolute jokes. Even your average Tier 2 martial artist wouldn't dare step foot in here. The van kept plunging deeper into the danger zone. Lurking in the pitch-black tree line, dozens of glowing, blood-red eyes locked onto their ride. Li Tu felt that spine-chilling stare burning into his back, his pulse spiking as he braced for a brutal ambush. Su Hong didn't even flinch, soaking in the raw, suffocating pressure of this wasteland. It clicked in his head. This training camp wasn't just a test. It was going to be a straight-up survival of the fittest, mirroring the savage nature of the beasts. Just pure, unadulterated slaughter. Gripping his seat, a slow, wicked smirk crept onto his face. Crazy enough, this blood-pumping, high-stakes vibe was exactly what he was craving. The van screeched to a halt at a barricaded drop zone, where dozens of rookies were already swarming around a cluster of tents. Hopping out of the ride, Chen Shan openly sweated over how cracked the competition might actually be. The whole clearing was packed to the brim, with fierce martial artists flexing all sorts of lethal gear, while Su Hong just chilled in the mix, his own weapon casually resting against his shoulder. A stone-faced official rocking a gray suit cut off the chatter, barking at the crowd to hold their horses until the entire roster showed up for the entrance exams. The second the word assessment dropped, Su Hong watched a fleet of seriously pimped-out rides roll up into the dirt, spearheaded by a cherry-red Rolls-Royce. A bunch of the regular students immediately started beefing, salty that the elite rich kids were pulling up fashionably late. The moment these VIPs stepped out, the entire vibe shifted, and all eyes glued to them. Xiao Nan, a heavily hyped spirit master, flexed his presence right next to Lin Xingha, from the legendary Lin clan, a dude rumored to be dangerously close to hitting Tier 2. But stealing the spotlight at the very front was the city lord's heir, Wang Tiantua, a literal unit everyone hyped up as the barbarian god. This guy rocked a totally broken physical build and possessed off-the-charts fire attribute specs. Su Hong just scanned the squad from the shadows, quietly questioning if these flashy kids were the so-called top-tier prodigies the big boss was hyping up. A sly smirk tugged at his lips, genuinely eager to see if they were actually cracked or just all bark. The official then stepped up to the plate, dropping the heavy ground rules. The actual base camp was buried 30 kilometers deep into the brutal Tianlan mountain range. Some of the most vicious monsters out there had special tokens shoved inside their guts, and snatching one of those bloody passes was the only ticket inside. They had exactly 8 hours to blitz their way to the finish line. Panicked whispers instantly infected the crowd. Pushing that deep into the wild meant running headfirst into absolute nightmare-level beasts. And one single slip-up meant someone was getting unalived for real. While half the squad was low-key freaking out, Su Hong stayed cold as ice. In his mind, an 8-hour window was a massive buffet, giving him plenty of time to slaughter extra monsters and stack up some serious martial value. When one terrified kid blurted out what would happen if they crossed paths with a totally overpowered beast, the official shot back with zero chill, telling them they'd just have to hold that L and get wiped out though. A rescue squad would eventually scoop up their bodies. Heavy backlash instantly blew up, with rookies crying that the mechanics were completely trash and totally unfair. The official's face turned dead serious as he clapped back, reminding these kids that the real world wasn't some soft video game. Out there on the all-heavens battlefield, a heavyweight veteran could wipe them off the map in a blink, and nobody would give a damn about their tears. If they wanted to keep breathing, they had to play it smart. Crushing the weak and jumping enemies in squads was just the harsh reality of war. Suddenly, a snobby kid dripping in designer gear started trash-talking, flaming the crybabies as absolute garbage who needed to rage quit right now. A furious rookie aggressively pointed a finger at him, daring the rich kid to say it to his face. The designer dude didn't even flinch, roasting him as a spineless coward and swearing he'd break his legs. The official instantly cut the tension, laying down the law that throwing hands inside the safe zone was strictly banned, but the second they crossed into the wild, all bets were off. Stealing drops or settling bloody beefs out there was entirely fair game. The two hotheads just kept shooting absolute daggers at each other, Catching this whole toxic exchange, it instantly clicked for Su Hong. This entire setup was deliberately engineered to force these kids into a brutal battle royale. Doing the mental math, he figured easily more than 50% of the roster would get clapped under these savage mechanics. But then, a much spicier idea flashed across his brain. Farming these cocky rookies could actually score him an absolutely massive payday of martial value. Right on cue, the official checked his smart gadget, which ripped through the silence with a piercing beep. He officially kicked off the death match, barking at the mob to get moving. The entire crowd surged forward like a chaotic stampede, instantly getting swallowed up by the pitch-black shadows of the Tianlan mountain range. Barely a few miles into the wild, the boiling beef between the designer-wearing snob and his furious rival finally hit a flashpoint. The rich kid smirked, brutally roasting his opponent and daring him to step up if he was so eager to. Get packed up and sent crying back to his mom. His rival, absolutely seeing red, roared back that if this snob was begging to get his run ended early, he'd happily do the honors. He blitzed forward, his fist igniting into a blazing fireball, screaming that it was game over. The suited kid didn't even blink, countering with a vicious right hook dripping in freezing blue aura. The two explosive energies slammed together in a brutal collision, setting off a blinding shockwave that violently shredded the surrounding trees. A hyperspeed brawl popped off, with streaks of icy blue power constantly bursting outward, ruthlessly drowning out the blazing flames through an endless barrage of bone-crushing hits. But way up high, chilling perfectly still on a massive tree branch, Su Hong observed the whole thing, acting as a silent spectator. He had legitimately hoped to witness what these so-called top-tier prodigies were cooking, but honestly, the display was just pure cringe and heavily let him down. Sure, the special effects were flashy, but their actual combat specs were wildly mid. In his head, even if he totally rolled them both, the martial value drop would be straight-up pathetic. Rolling his eyes after one last peek, he totally lost interest and pivoted, deciding it was way smarter to go grind some heavyweight beasts instead. But down on the ground, the suited brat started aggressively trash-talking again, spitting that a broke loser would always be just a broke loser. He mercilessly mocked how entirely useless try-hard grinding was when slammed up against a wealthy clan's infinite pay-to-win resources. His battered rival furiously screamed at him to shut his mouth and stop throwing dirt on the working-class grind. The rich kid just cackled, ruthlessly doubling down on the venomous insults. But those exact words, they made Su Hong freeze right in his tracks. He slowly tilted his head back, a devilish, predatory smirk creeping onto his face as a wildly entertaining thought locked in. He figured leaving this free, fully cooked batch of martial value on the table would be an absolute crime. He casually free fell from the canopy, sticking a flawless landing right smack in the middle of their war zone. With an incredibly chill and unbothered tone, he simply told them to drop the beef. Both hotheads just stared at him like he had two heads, totally baffled by the interruption. Standing there like an absolute boss with a massive wooden club gripped in his hand, Su Hong nonchalantly dropped the wildest pitch. Why not jump him instead? The rich kid's ego instantly flared up, heavily groaning as he branded Su Hong as just another broke peasant, threatening to aggressively pack him up too. The other dude furiously barked, demanding to know what kind of delusional level he was packing to casually crash their one-on-one. Su Hong just hit them with a relaxed shrug, smirking that they totally misread the vibe. He blatantly told them to squash their little beef and literally team up just to try and take him down. That sheer, unfiltered disrespect instantly made their blood boil. The furious rival shrieked that Su Hong was basically begging for a death wish, violently lunging forward with a devastating haymaker. But in a split-second flash, Su Hong vanished. Before the attacker could even process the lag, Su Hong closes the gap in a split second, sinking a brutal strike deep into his chest. The air leaves his lungs in a sharp gasp. One exchange, and the student gets totally folded, launching backward before eating the dirt. Seeing this, the rich kid in the suit instantly starts sweating bullets. He and his buddy were basically on the same level, yet his teammate just got one-shotted. Reality hits him like a truck. Su Hong's speed is straight-up nightmare fuel. Before he can even blink, Su Hong materializes right behind him. "Your turn," he whispers, his voice cold as ice. The student's entire body goes completely rigid. Whoosh! A massive swing of the wooden club connects flush against the side of his skull. Crimson sprays into the air as the impact sweeps him right off his feet, sending him flying. He's out cold before gravity even pulls him back to earth. Su Hong just stands there, totally unbothered, resting the club casually on his shoulder. He stares down at the two dudes completely knocked out in the dirt. "That's what you get for underestimating regular players," he mutters. Meanwhile, miles away in a high-tech monitoring room, a crew of observers is glued to a massive digital screen, watching the whole beatdown unfold. One of the monitors points frantically at the feed. "Who is this guy?" he yells. He literally spawned out of nowhere and double-tapped both of them mid-duel. Another guy chimes in, asking if the two sleeping beauties on the ground are officially out of the game. The head supervisor shakes his head. "Nope, since neither of them smashed their panic buttons for an SOS. The trial rolls on. Cutting back to the forest, the suit-wearing cultivator groggily opens his eyes. He clutches his throbbing jaw, spotting his former rival chilling in the dirt right next to him. Panic spikes. He scrambles backward, screaming at the guy to keep his distance. Then, glaring at the empty path where Su Hong vanished, he spits out a curse. "I swear, I'm making that punk pay for this." The short-haired fighter finally sits up, looking ridiculously salty. He quickly makes excuses, claiming he only took the L because he didn't take the kid seriously. In his mind, getting clapped by a nobody like that was just glitchy logic. For a solid minute, the two former enemies just sit there in pure silence, awkwardly making eye contact. Finally, the short-haired guy breaks the tension. He swallows his pride, apologizing for the earlier trash talk, and admitting the suit guy actually had some serious skills. The rich kid echoes the exact same vibe, praising the guy's raw strength and saying sorry for acting like a jerk. Trauma bonding over getting totally humiliated, the two actually shake on it. Cut to 5 minutes later. They're literally standing arm in arm, hyping each other up as brothers, already plotting their comeback arc. The revenge strat? Simple. They spot the discarded wooden club sitting in the grass, the perfect weapon to jump that kid and unleash their pent-up rage. Meanwhile, our boy Su Hong is already sprinting through the dense forest like a blur. Screech! He hits the brakes hard. A massive herd of Tier 1, initial stage giant tooth boars suddenly crashes through the thick brush, blocking his path. Great, another mob. Su Hong groans, rolling his eyes. He seriously wonders how many of these oversized pigs are spawned across the Tianlin mountain range. With the ground shaking from their heavy hooves, the boars lock onto him and charge. He doesn't even flinch. Triggering his Thunder Rush fist, 9 explosive echoes stack together, unleashing a blinding wave of yellow lightning. The massive, X-shaped shockwave rips straight through the stampede, like a hot knife through butter. As the dust settles, glowing system notifications pop up right in front of his face. Martial value +9. Martial value +7. Martial value +10. Martial value +6. Su Hong sighs. Wiping out martial artists used to drop massive point payouts, but now that he's leveling up, the system is totally nerfing his rewards. He shrugs it off. Grinding points is cool, but securing those exclusive tokens is the real endgame. He gets his hands dirty, slicing open the boar drops, recalling how the last dozen beasts he wiped out were completely empty-handed too. Wiping the fresh grime off his palms, he realizes this pack is a total bust as well. 0 tokens. Su Hong pieces it together. Only the elite mini-bosses hold the rare loot. Fast forward 30 minutes. He pushes way deeper into the danger zone, parkouring through the canopy while scanning the forest floor. When he first crossed into this 5-kilometer radius, he was farming a dozen low-tier mobs every hour. Now, it's a complete ghost town. But just as he thinks that, roar! A monstrous Tier 1, high-stage Netherknight Black Tiger launches out of the shadows. Su Hong sidesteps the deadly ambush with ease, instantly IDing the beast. Glowing blue energy swirls around his fingertip as he charges his void-breaking finger. Bam! The concentrated beam snipes the tiger point blank. The massive cat shrieks as the sheer kinetic force pins it to the dirt, shattering the ground underneath like cheap glass. Not giving it a second to breathe, Su Hong drives his spear cleanly through the beast's skull, securing the kill. A fresh notification pings. Martial value plus 35. Too easy, Su Hong smirks. With his current stats, soloing a high stage tier 1 feels like playing on tutorial mode. He immediately digs into the loot drop. Slitting open the tiger's gut, he finally yanks out a blood-soaked, red and gold token. Inspecting the prize, he shakes his head. 3 straight hours of grinding, just for a single drop. Running the math in his head, he compares the spawn rates. Trash tier boars are literally everywhere, but finding a high-stage beast like this tiger is extremely rare. The elite bosses offer way more EXP, but the spawn rate is complete garbage. Weighing his options, Su Hong decides that speedrunning the low-level zones is the ultimate play. Farming massive hordes of weaker mobs on the outer edge will let him stack his martial value way faster. Checking the clock, he's got exactly 5 hours left on the timer. He sprints off, locking in on a brutally simple game plan. He's going to max out his mortal body's limits before the buzzer hits 0. As he casually walks away, he leaves behind an absolute bloodbath. The entire forest clearing is completely painted in mangled boar remains. The dirt is soaked red, and the whole area reeks of pure carnage. Out of nowhere, a gargantuan bear crashes into the scene, letting out an earth-shattering roar as it bulldozes straight towards Su Hong. Its eyes burn with a demonic crimson glow as it takes a heavy, lethal swipe at his head. Swoosh! Total miss. Dodging with buttery smooth footwork, he realizes that after shredding through endless trash mobs, he's finally triggered a tier 1 middle stage mini-boss. Searing, bright orange flames wrap around his fist as he winds up for the counter. Su Hong launches himself skyward, driving a blazing uppercut directly into the bear's roaring jaw. A shockwave of pure kinetic fire explodes on impact. Reflected perfectly in the beast's terrified golden eyes, Su Hong hangs in midair, prepping the execution blow. He drops like a meteor, putting all his body weight into a bone-crushing stomp. The sheer force sends tremors through the earth. A few twitching seconds later, the giant beast goes completely lifeless. Su Hong stands tall over his kill, catching his breath. He realizes that ever since his physical stats hit 60%, flattening a tier 1 middle stage monster with pure brute force is absolute light work. He looks down at his hands and gear, realizing he's completely drenched in monster blood. Flicking open his holographic system interface, he checks his current stats. Running the math, he smirks. He's already stacked 254 martial value points. He's just over 100 points shy of completely maxing out his mortal body. Glancing at the timer hovering in his vision, Su Hong realizes he still has a solid 3 hours left on the clock to finish the job. Gripping his spear, he prepared to hunt and rack up some serious martial value. But right at that moment, earth-shattering booms ripped through the forest canopy. Su Hong snapped his gaze upward. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he muttered, "What the heck was that?" High above the tree line, an absolutely massive bird with blazing golden wings carved through the sky. Its colossal shadow swallowed the landscape whole. Su Hong just stared, trying to wrap his head around what kind of monster this was. After a heartbeat, it hit him. This had to be the legendary Golden Rock Beast King. The apex predator let out a deafening screech. With a single, brutal flap of its wings, a massive shockwave obliterated the forest floor. Ancient trees snapped like twigs in a blinding storm of dust. Su Hong slammed his spear deep into the dirt, gripping it for dear life, just to stay anchored against the insane pressure. Staring at the sheer chaos, he thought, this Beast King's raw power is absolutely terrifying. A simple flap of its wings had literally caused a localized hurricane. He scanned the splintered woods and shattered ground, mind blown that a single creature could dish out that level of pure devastation. Amidst the carnage, Su Hong couldn't help but reality check his own power levels. Sure, he'd been leveling up like crazy lately, and was definitely stronger, but compared to these god-tier heavyweights, he had to admit the gap was practically a canyon. Standing in the shadow of giants like that, he felt like nothing more than an ant waiting to get stepped on. Suddenly, a blinding flare of light plummeted from the heavens, yanking his focus back up. Hovering dead center in the sky, the Beast King locked eyes with a man radiating absolute golden energy. It was Tier 7 Grandmaster, Qin Tianli, floating there without a drop of sweat. With ice in his veins, he casually informed the monster that he, Qin Tianli, had claimed this turf for the time being, demanding to know why the beast dared to show its face again. The golden rock clapped back, declaring it never agreed to hand over its home in the first place. But Qin didn't even flinch. He just smirked and said if the bird wanted to play tough, he'd happily beat it down until it changed its tune. The second the words left his mouth, he launched himself forward with a bone-crushing strike. The collision echoed like a literal sonic boom across the atmosphere. The giant bird shrieked, furiously pumping its wings to unleash a desperate shockwave, but Qin brushed the attack off like it was nothing but a light breeze. Blazing aura exploded outward as the Grandmaster unleashed an absolutely savage combo, bulldozing the Beast King backward. Beaten and humiliated, the colossal bird had no choice but to run with its tail between its legs. As it bolted, it screeched that Qin would pay for this. The Grandmaster just shot back a glacial glare, telling the overgrown chicken to shut up and get out of his sight. Dust settling, the powerhouse took a deep breath and gazed down at the mountain range where the rookies were scattered. Amplifying his voice to echo everywhere, he ordered the students to chill out, announcing that the trial was officially back on. Down in the dirt, Su Hong's jaw was practically on the floor. He kept asking himself, is that seriously the insane firepower of a Tier 7 human martial artist? Right then and there, he made a silent vow. One day, he was going to touch that exact same god-tier level. Meanwhile, Qin smoothly glided back toward the command center. He touched down at the base without breaking a sweat. Instantly, two Tier 5 elites, Linzei and Baimu, hurried over to roll out the red carpet. They totally hyped him up, swearing his raw power was way more cracked than the legends claimed. Qin just waved them off, telling them to cut the brown-nosing. Instead, he ordered them straight to the surveillance hub. It was time to see which of these kids actually survived the Beast King's gravity-crushing aura. Inside the control room, dozens of monitors displayed the examinees scattered across the crags. Most of them were completely wiped out, face-planted in the dirt from the sheer pressure. But a handful of standouts instantly caught the Grandmaster's eye. He pointed right at Wang Tiantua. The kid was a Tier 1 late-stage freak with a whopping 340 vitality, and packed the barbarian god physique. Qin chuckled, joking that the Star City mayor, despite having over 100 kids, had finally managed to breed a decent heir. Next up on the radar was Lin Xingha. This guy was another Tier 1 late-stage beast who dodged the pressure using an insanely slick footwork technique. His wind element compatibility was sitting at a mind-blowing 96%. And then you had Xiao Yan, a Tier 1 mid-stage spirit master, rocking 290 vitality. The stats proved he straight-up tanked the aura, using pure psychic force. But after skimming their profiles, Qin felt a major buzzkill. Every single one of these cracked rookies were Nepo babies from the mega-rich clans. Annoyed, he asked if any absolute units had popped up from the regular academies, specifically Star City High School No. 1. Baimu awkwardly replied that the public school kids were mostly stuck at the Tier 1 beginner stage. Qin immediately rolled his eyes. He scoffed, saying Star City's hype was totally fake, and turned around, ready to dip. Out of nowhere, Linzei practically shouted from the console. He jabbed a finger at a screen, yelling, "Yo, what is up with this guy?" The feed zoomed in on Su Hong. While the rest of the tryhards were still coughing up dirt from the shockwave, our boy was already blitzing through the jungle like it was nothing. He wasn't just standing, he was out there casually slaughtering monster beasts like he was on a weekend stroll. Linzei and Baimu were totally shook. They gasped that this absolute demon was from Star City High School No. 1. Qin snatched Su Hong's file. The second his eyes hit the paper, his arrogant smirk vanished. Looking at these cursed stats, he seriously wondered if the kid was secretly an alien. The data clocked Su Hong at Tier 1 beginner, with a measly 123 vitality. But, and here's the kicker, he had maxed out the C-rank Thunder Rush Fist to the perfect realm. He was pumping out 3,004 points of pure combat power using strictly brute force. That kind of damage output was already rivaling a Tier 1 late-stage elite. But the next stat was straight-up glitching reality. Su Hong had a perfect 100% compatibility with 7 different elemental breathing techniques, and the madman was dual-wielding all 7 of them at once. The Grandmaster's hands actually started trembling. He realized he was looking at a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. In his head, he was screaming that he had struck absolute gold. But then a massive red flag popped up. Why on earth was this freak of nature still hard stuck at Tier 1 beginner? With God-tier talent like that, a vitality of 123 made 0 sense. Beimu quickly jumped in to drop the painful truth. Because Su Hong was juggling 7 different cultivation arts, he was bottlenecking himself. Qin gritted his teeth, realizing no one could level up while carrying that kind of insane handicap. Furious, he instantly blamed Wu Linxian, the useless president of the Star City Martial Arts Association. In his mind, some adult should have definitely pulled the kid aside and explained the meta, instead of letting him ruin his build on such a totally reckless path. Just as his blood pressure spiked, an aide jogged in, announcing that the surviving rookies were finally rolling into the main training camp. Hearing the cue, Qin decided to touch grass and see this hype for himself. Striding into the grounds, he immediately crossed paths with the top 3 rookies: Wang Tiantua, Lin Xingha, and Xiao Yan. The trio stepped up and bowed deeply. Chen Tianlai gave them a quick nod, coolly telling them they were doing pretty damn good. Fast forward a few hours into the trial, and the rest of the rookies slowly started dragging themselves into camp. Most of them looked absolutely battered. They stumbled through the gates, gasping for air, stoked to have just survived. 7.5 hours deep into the grind, Grandmaster Chen hovered above the training grounds, looking down at the exhausted crowd. He casually tossed out the idea of cutting the trial short. To him, anyone who was still dragging their feet probably wasn't worth the hype anyway. But honestly, his mind kept drifting back to Su Hong. He couldn't stop wondering where the hell that monster was hiding. Panic started creeping in. Did his prized new prospect actually get lost in the woods, or worse, get wiped out completely? Just as the clock was about to run out, a lone figure finally stepped out of the shadows. It was Su Hong, and the guy was literally dripping in blood. Striding toward the safe zone, Su Hong mentally face-palmed. He had been so obsessed with farming martial value that he totally lost track of time. The second he walked in, all eyes glued to him. Whispers rippled through the crowd, with everyone agreeing he looked way more messed up than the rest of them. His gear was absolutely drenched in gore and grime, yet weirdly enough, they couldn't spot a single scratch on his skin. People started murmuring, wondering just how many savage beasts he had to slaughter to end up looking like an absolute horror movie villain. Lurking in the crowd, a couple of haters glared at Su Hong. One of them smirked, whispering that he'd been waiting forever for this punk to show up. The other guys smirked back, telling him to chill. Now that they were locked inside the training camp, they'd have endless chances to make his life miserable. Nearby, the top-tier prodigies were also sizing Su Hong up. Lin Xingha smirked, pointing out that rolling up at the very last second was classic main character behavior. Xiao Yan locked eyes on the blood-soaked kid and muttered that things were finally getting spicy. Right on cue, a camp official stepped up to the mic, declaring that the 8-hour timer was officially up. If you weren't here, you were out. Simple as that. Then, he started flexing the crazy facilities this camp had to offer. First up, the gravity chamber. Then, the agility and movement dojo. After that, the beast combat arena for some real smoke. Finally, he gestured toward a massive, imposing structure, introducing it as the martial art pavilion. Inside that beast, rookies could cash in their points for crazy abilities, wild techniques, premium pills, and gear. We're talking all the way up to A-rank loot. The second Su Hong heard A-rank, his eyes locked in. The official broke it down. Accessing these insane perks cost contribution points. You grinded out points by crushing training quests, and if you popped off and dominated, bonus rewards. Pitch Black Night eventually swallowed the camp. The official cut loose the trainees, who still had gas in the tank, while the busted-up ones got hauled to the dorms. Su-hong finally dragged himself into his assigned room. Stepping inside, a massive wave of relief washed over him. A solo room meant 0 roommates, so he wouldn't have to stress about anyone snooping while he grinded or popped his upgrades. He crashed onto the bed, firing up his system interface to check the stats. Martial value, 354. Su-hong had been saving up for this exact moment. No second thoughts. He dumped all 354 points straight into pushing his mortal body to the absolute limit. The second he smashed that upgrade button, system alerts started exploding across his vision. Mortal body plus 0.1. A deep, aggressive, crimson aura erupted from his skin. The completion gauge skyrocketed. His physique shattered the 70% mark, blazed past 80%, tore through 90%, and slammed straight into 100%. The ultimate pop-up hit the screen. Mortal body, 100% evolution. In a split second, Su-hong's eyes flared with blinding light, as his very anatomy underwent a monstrous reboot. The physical awakening had triggered. Pulsing red energy mapped out glowing veins across his shredded muscles and reinforced bones, completely rewriting his genetic code, while a savage tornado of spiritual pressure spiraled around him. When the dust finally settled, Su-hong exhaled heavily, actual steam radiating off his newly forged frame. Looking down at his hands, the difference was insane. The sheer kinetic power thrumming through his veins felt absolutely godlike. Right then, the system panel flashed back to life. Boom. He had just unlocked a brand new trait, the Overlord body. The system hyped it up as the most absurdly overpowered physical constitution on the planet. But wait. Su-hong caught a wild detail. The physique was currently sitting at spirit rank 0%, meaning this bad boy could still level up. He smirked, wondering what kind of god-tier form this would morph into next. Itching to test his new hardware, he snatched up his jacket and gripped his black spear. But the absolute second his fingers squeezed the shaft, a brutal snap echoed through the room. The solid metal literally crumpled and shattered in his bare hand. Su-hong stared at the broken shards, shook that his casual grip had just folded a solid C-rank alloy weapon like paper. Panic spiked for a second, stressing over how crazy expensive C-rank gear was, and the fact that he just dusted one. Then it hit him. He literally looted this thing for free out in the wastelands. Still, the reality check was loud and clear. His beginner gear was absolute trash against his new strength. Su-hong realized he needed to grind camp contribution points as fast as humanly possible, so he could cop an A-rank alloy spear. Mind made up, he kicked his door open and strode down the hall, already cooking up his next grind session. He figured throwing on a weight vest of a few hundred kilos might be a quick cheat code for racking up points. Meanwhile, over at the camp's massive warehouse, a massive crowd of rookies was hyping up Wang Tiantua. The kid was casually wearing a ridiculous 3,000 kilogram weight, yet he was still catching crazy air like gravity was a joke. Chilling on the sidelines, Lin Xingha and Xiao Yan were completely stunned by his raw, unhinged power. They pointed out that an average Tier 1 martial artist would get instantly crushed by a fraction of that weight. Up in the control room, Grandmaster Chen watched the cameras, grinning as he praised Wang Tiantua's barbarian god body. But the chatter quickly swerved back to Su-hong. Someone brought up the elephant in the room. How were they supposed to handle Su-hong's chaotic build, given he was actually crazy enough to juggle 7 guidance techniques all at once? Chen Tianli knew that confronting a stubborn, arrogant prodigy head-on was just asking for a massive headache. His real strategy? Let Su-hong completely crash and burn on his own. Pivoting to Instructor Lindsay, he demanded an update on their covert, late-night ambush. Lindsay flashed a wicked smirk, totally hyped. She pointed out that since most rookies were slacking off post-exam, this surprise blitz would absolutely wreck their comfort zone. Chen Tianli then dropped a hyper-specific order for the, quote, operation. He commanded Lindsay to unleash a Tier 1, high-stage powerhouse straight at Su-hong during the chaos. The blueprint was brutal, but simple. Let the kid get absolutely curb-stomped. Then, Tian Li would swoop in to brutally shatter the boy's delusions about his flawed cultivation method, forcing him to abandon it for good. But this ruthless tactic left some staff members sweating. The heavy hitter Tian Li selected boasted a massive 400 vitality and over 5,000 combat power. Stacked against Su Hong's pathetic stats, it was an absolute mismatch. The instructors panicked, terrified that such a savage beatdown would permanently shatter the kid's ego. Tian Li instantly shut that hesitation down. He coldly stated that if Su Hong's mental fortitude crumbled from one nasty loss, the kid was basically trash anyway. Meanwhile, out in the bustling campgrounds, Su Hong caught snippets of hyped-up chatter from the crowd. A massive mob of trainees was flocking toward the gravity chamber, absolutely desperate to watch Wang Tiantua flex his skills. 0% interested in being suffocated by a mob of fanboys, Su Hong dipped out to find some peace and quiet. He strolled over to the gear depot, which was basically a ghost town right now, figuring he would check out the hype later. Deep inside the dim, silent armory, Su Hong snatched up a slick, smart scoring band, inspecting the tech. The interface tracked a rookie's hard-earned contribution points. Tossing it aside, he kept prowling through the aisles, breezing past shelves packed with basic, featherweight gear. Suddenly, he slammed the brakes. A completely different rack caught his eye, instantly sparking his interest. Displayed right in front of him were insane 10-ton vests, forged from ultra-dense alloy. Su Hong's mind spun. Who in their right mind was grinding while strapped into that kind of nightmarish dead weight? Itching to test his own absolute limits, he decided to gear up. The second he locked that 10-ton armor onto his chest, an overwhelming pressure violently crushed down on his frame. His movements instantly lagged, feeling like he was wading through thick mud. He knew immediately that keeping this monster on would vaporize his stamina bar in minutes. After a grueling mini-test, he realized this wasn't going to cut it for a marathon grind session. Swapping it out, he grabbed a 5-ton variant instead. Su Hong bounded across the concrete floor, pushing the gear to its limits. After snapping through a series of lightning-fast pivots and leaps, a satisfied smirk crossed his face. 5 tons was the absolute sweet spot for his current insane physique. While locking the straps in place, his thoughts drifted to the camp's elite roster. He legitimately wondered what kind of crazy payloads Wang Tiantua and the other prodigies were rocking daily. Considering those guys were already top-tier, high-stage monsters, he figured they had to be matching his raw power, or maybe even crushing it. Burning with curiosity about their routines, Su Hong ditched the armory to go scope out the competition. Back outside, an absolute mob was suffocating the entrance of a massive, pyramid-shaped gravity facility. The rookies were losing their minds. They were practically worshipping Wang Tiantua, completely shook that he had actually stepped into the pressure chamber without shedding his 3-ton gravity vest. A massive jumbotron broadcasted the brutal scene inside. Tiantua was sweating it out under 2 times gravity. The fanboys quickly did the math, hyping up how that doubled pressure violently morphed his 3-ton gear into a soul-crushing 6-ton nightmare. Chilling at the absolute back of the pack with his arms folded, Su Hong eavesdropped on the absolute glaze fest. When he realized Tiantua's base armor was only 3 weak tons, he was legitimately stunned. Stacked against the 5 tons he was casually wearing like a hoodie right now, that number was basically a joke. It hit him like a freight train. He had massively downplayed just how ridiculously overpowered his newly awakened overlord physique truly was. Scanning the crowd, he spotted 2 familiar faces from his old academy, Chen Shan and Lizzie. He casually asked why they were just spectating instead of grinding inside the chamber. Instantly, both of them looked completely defeated. They muttered that the massive power gap between them and the S-tier prodigies was just too depressing. Sweating in there while a massive audience judged them would only trigger toxic comparisons, and they were dodging that humiliation at all costs. Su Hong let out a heavy sigh, giving his buddy a solid pat on the shoulder. Honestly, letting massive egos and social anxiety kill their grind was just a pathetic waste of precious time. They frantically whispered for him to wait until the mob cleared out, but Su Hong completely tuned them out. He marched right through the sea of people, locked onto the blazing neon lights of the pyramid chamber. The second the crowd spotted him pushing to the front, the gossip exploded. Haters instantly started throwing shade, acting like this no-name was stupid enough to try and shatter Tiantua's insane record. A bunch of rookies sneered, calling him completely delusional. To them, he looked like a total clown trying to flex with zero visible weight gear. Giving absolutely zero cares, Su Hong breezed past the haters and stepped through the reinforced doors. Stepping into the sterile, high-tech zone, he couldn't help but think about the insane privilege here. $1 million setups like this were normally strictly gate-kept by ultra-wealthy elite bloodlines. But since he finally had the VIP pass, he was going to milk this gold mine dry. Standing dead center in the futuristic arena, Su Hong coldly calculated his physical limits. Hidden perfectly beneath his baggy tracksuit was the crushing reality of that 5-ton alloy vest. If he cranked the dial to 2 times gravity, the raw force slamming his bones would spike to 10 tons. He did the quick math. He would survive that nightmare mode for maybe 10 flat minutes before collapsing. Instead of ego lifting and destroying himself right out the gate, he played it smart. Reaching for the holographic dial, he locked it in at 1.5 times standard gravity. Boom! The atmosphere instantly thickened. A suffocating, invisible titan slammed down on his shoulders, forcing a gritty, low grunt from Su Hong's throat as he ruthlessly braced his legs. Back outside, the mob was glued to the live stream. Utterly clueless about the 5-ton secret hidden under his jacket, they all assumed he was literally just running on base stats. Watching his muscles tense under a pathetic 1.5 gravity multiplier, the crowd lost it. Cruel laughter ripped through the mob, while some straight-up clowned him to his face on the glass, yelling that he was getting folded by the absolute lowest setting. Others loudly reminded everyone that this guy was dead last in the entrance exams, totally confirming their bias that he was just absolute trash. Shutting out the toxic static outside, Su Hong locked in. He dropped into a lotus pose on the reinforced floor and triggered his cultivation. A vicious, scorching red aura began violently erupting from his skin. Almost immediately, the crushing G-force turned his internal energy flow into thick sludge. But that absolute hellish pressure was actually forcing his cells to mutate and adapt at warp speed, hypercharging his leveling progress. For 2 grueling hours, Su Hong didn't twitch an inch. He just sat in the heart of the pressure cooker, grinding relentlessly. Buckets of sweat completely drenched his tracksuit as he forced his anatomy past its breaking point, while a terrifying icy blue glow flared to life deep in his pupils. And the brutal grind? Completely worth it. The second he pulled up his holographic, he realized his water, earth, and wind mastery had all spiked by an entire tier. On top of that, his vitality had brutally scaled up from 126 to a solid 130. Finally, his muscles burning, Su Hong pushed himself off the floor and killed the gravity engine. This high-tech torture chamber was absolutely top tier. Wiping his face, he swaggered toward the heavy blast doors. Su Hong's mind was racing with the sheer potential of the camp's movement technique and ferocious beast training rooms. Running purely on fumes, he finally dragged his exhausted body out of the facility. Drenched in sweat, he swiped the heavy moisture from his forehead as he pushed forward. Of course, the local peanut gallery, 2 trainees lurking nearby, instantly booted up their toxic trash talk. These guys were actually delusional enough to think he'd been training in 1.5 times gravity, with 0 extra weight. One dude straight up cackled at his drained expression, flexing that he could literally sleep through those baby conditions overnight. Su Hong didn't even waste his breath arguing. Instead, he just casually groaned about the sweltering heat inside the chamber and how annoyingly stiff his gear felt against his skin. Mid-complaint, he casually yanked down the zipper of his tracksuit. Right underneath, a massive 5-ton weight vest sat fully exposed. The hecklers instantly choked on their words. Their jaws dropped, eyes glued to the monstrous chunk of iron that had been secretly strapped to his chest this whole time. The peanut gallery kept watching in stunned silence as Su Hong finally unbuckled the heavy rig. In their heads, they figured it maxed out at maybe 500 kilograms. They threw him a bone, admitting he did decent for holding out that long. But they still kept chirping like he was nothing special. Right as the heavy vest slipped from his grip and slammed into the dirt, they scoffed, claiming he couldn't even hold a candle to the camp's ultimate prodigy, Wang Tanua. On cue, the surrounding crowd absolutely erupted. Somebody shrieked that the Golden Boy himself had just stepped out of the gravity chamber, sparking an instant wave of frantic whispers, with people claiming he had just tanked 6 tons of crushing pressure for over 2 straight hours. Wang Tanua emerged, completely soaked in sweat, his chest heaving with heavy, exhausted breaths, while fanboys openly gushed about him being the absolute, undisputed king of the training camp. Shrugging off his own weighted vest, he carelessly chucked it to the side. The absolute second that massive rig crashed into the floor, the sheer impact sent violent tremors through the ground, making the nearby rookies jump out of their skin. Wang Tanua casually rolled out his stiff shoulders, looking visibly relieved, and muttered about how insanely draining that weight actually was. Right then, Lin Jingyi strolled onto the scene, casually fanning his face with a totally unbothered vibe, and threw down a challenge to race in the movement technique room. Wang Tanua instantly shot down the idea, pointing out that Lin Jingyi literally mained an A-rank wind agility skill, and trying to outspeed him was basically begging for public humiliation. Lurking just a few steps away, Su Hong's ears perked up. His curiosity instantly piqued the second he caught the phrase, A-rank movement technique. He quickly realized that while his overlord body blessed him with insane, raw, destructive power, his footwork and dodging speed were seriously lagging behind. A sly smirk crept across his face. This was the perfect chance to level up. Trailing right behind the massive mob, he slipped into a gigantic, dome-shaped training arena, itching to witness this A-rank, flying swan's startling cloud step with his own eyes. Inside, the entire room was glued to the massive monitors. Whispers broke out that Lin Jingyi had cranked the arrow-dodging simulation all the way up to level 10, the absolute nightmare mode. On the display, Lin Jingyi became an absolute blur, effortlessly dancing through a relentless, torrential downpour of arrows. His footwork was buttery smooth and surgically precise. At one insane point, the guy literally closed his eyes mid-jump just to dodge a lethal strike. To top it all off, an illusion of falling pink petals swirled around his body, cranking the dramatic aesthetic to 100 and leaving the crowd utterly speechless. Observing from the shadows, Su Hong quietly admitted the footwork was genuinely top tier. But barely a second later, a glowing blue system interface flickered to life right in front of his eyes. The screen confirmed that simply by watching, he had successfully copied the flying swan's startling cloud step, instantly unlocking the skill at a clean 1% proficiency. Locking onto Lin Jingyi's rhythm with intense focus, Su Hong stepped up, ready to test drive the skill himself. His sudden movement instantly turned heads. A few haters in the back immediately burst out laughing, calling him absolutely delusional for thinking he could mimic a complex A-rank agility technique. After glancing at it exactly one time, Su Hong completely tuned out the pathetic jeers. Instead, he forced his consciousness deep into his system's virtual training matrix, where an AI-simulated ghost of Lin Jingyi stood waiting. Locked inside that mental space, he grinded relentlessly, violently twisting through a barrage of high-speed attacks while micro-adjusting his posture over and over again. As the brutal shadow boxing dragged on, his fluency with the technique skyrocketed, rocketing from 8% straight to a massive 93% in record time. Moments later, a familiar chime echoed in his head, the system confirming he had officially nailed the foundational level of the move. Su Hong just stood there, sporting a massively satisfied grin. He had just successfully bagged his very first A-rank agility skill. But right as the system booted his mind back into the real world, he couldn't help but cringe, realizing that mimicking Lin Jingyi's overly theatrical aesthetic felt incredibly extra. Snapping fully back to reality, he mentally checked the movement room off his list. His crosshairs shifted straight to the ferocious beast chamber. It was the perfect spot to hunt, grind out some serious martial value, and juice up his vitality stats. But right as he plotted his next move, he sensed a super weird vibe in the room. The entire crowd was dead silent, staring a hole right through him. Half of them had their phones whipped out, whispering about how insanely dramatic his random shadow boxing just looked. That's when the horrifying realization hit Su Hong like a truck. While his brain was busy grinding in the virtual matrix, his actual physical body had been aggressively acting out those cringy, exaggerated poses in front of a live audience. Absolutely refusing to deal with that level of secondhand embarrassment, he instantly bolted at top speed, totally ignoring the chaotic shouts begging him for an encore. As he dashed down the hall, he swore to himself he would never visibly copy Lin Xingyi's try-hard swagger ever again. But as he put some distance between himself and the crowd, his heightened senses suddenly spiked. He was being tailed. Lurking just a few dozen paces behind him was the preppy student gripping a solid wooden club, flanked by that same rugged brawler from the entrance exams. The duo had been aggressively stalking Su Hong, correctly predicting his exact route straight toward the ferocious beast chamber. They were quietly cooking up a plan to trap him at the exit and jump him the second he stepped out. Totally unbothered, Su Hong finally rolled up to the massive testing arena, only to find a massive mob choking up the entrance. Just a few feet from the main doors, Wang Tanua and Shihan were locked in an intensely heated standoff. Wang Tanua let out a cocky laugh, loudly mocking Shihan for wanting a beast-hunting deathmatch just to crown the camp's true alpha. He openly smirked, asking if she honestly believed her little spiritual telekinesis could put a dent in his indestructible barbarian god body. Shihan didn't even flinch. She fired right back, brutally warning him that he was severely sleeping on the destructive potential of a true spirit master. Overhearing the spice, Su Hong's curiosity flared up. This was a combat class he had literally zero experience with, so he decided to hit pause on his own point-grinding mission and watch her cook. Peering through the thick observation glass, his eyes scanned the ultra-realistic simulated forest. But what he saw next completely threw him off guard. Shihan was literally floating, slowly descending from the sky, right into a ravenous pack of midnight black tigers. Su Hong narrowed his eyes in focus, knowing full well that walking on thin air was a god-tier trick usually reserved for elite grandmasters. He quickly deduced this had to be the broken reality of a spirit master's kit. Without breaking a sweat, she casually flicked her glowing, neon-lit hand. Shihan flipped the switch on her powers. Flash. Golden beam zipped through the air, instantly melting through the skulls of 3 high-stage Tier 1 black tigers at the exact same time. The monsters hit the dirt, completely lifeless. Su Hong locked onto the strike, his brain working on overdrive to decode what that glowing energy actually was. Suddenly, a colossal bear-type beast, glowing with blood-red energy, blitzed her from her blind spot. But before it could even swing, the monster froze mid-air. Like an invisible cage had slammed down. Shihan had literally hijacked gravity, using telekinesis to suspend the beast helplessly above ground. Without breaking a sweat, she flicked her wrist. Boom! Another golden laser sliced right through its brain. Watching this absolute flex, everything clicked in Su Hong's mind. Those light beams? They were actually throwing daggers, puppet-mastered entirely by her brainwaves. The cheat code was obvious. A spirit master could literally fly, paralyze targets, and snipe from a distance simultaneously. Against regular fighters, that was a totally broken advantage. While the crowd was still processing the hype, somebody freaked out and pointed at the monitor, screaming about a colossal weapon spawning out of thin air. The broadcast zoomed in on Shihan staring down a humongous serpent. Suddenly, a massive glowing broadsword materialized right in front of her. With a lazy swipe of her hand, the giant blade crashed down, slicing the monster perfectly in two. Su Hong analyzed the footage like a hawk. He clocked that she went into the fight empty-handed, and a sword that size should have been way too heavy to swing that smoothly. Right on cue, Lin Xingyi strolled into the scene, casually waving his signature folding fan. He dropped some lore, explaining that the greatsword wasn't actually metal, but a high-tier A-rank martial art exclusive to spirit masters. The whole room lost their minds, totally shocked to see yet another ultra-rare A-rank ability. Someone immediately grilled Lin Xingyi, asking how these top tiers possessed such insane hacks, and if Wang Tanua was dominating too. Lin Xingyi nodded, confirming that Wang Tanua also rocked a devastating A-rank attack. The background characters groaned, complaining about how ridiculously overpowered these elites were. But Su Hong? His reaction was completely different. No sweat, no panic, just a sly smirk. To him, this entire camp was just an all-you-can-eat buffet of premium skills for his system to rip off. The jackpot was real. Meanwhile, the screen flipped to Wang Tanua, absolutely obliterating a high-stage Tier 1 monster with just one punch. Zero technique, just pure, terrifying muscle. No flashy skills needed. Catching that vibe, Su Hong simply turned his back. He'd wait for a better window to analyze that brute later. Totally hyped by Sheen's showcase, he ripped open his system interface. His spirit stat sat at 26.5. And since he needed a flat 100 to unlock the Spirit Master class, he was looking at a deficit of 73.5 points. Crunching the numbers, he realized he had to grind out 735 martial value points. Crackling blue aura surged into his palms. It was hunting season, and he was about to farm every single drop of EXP he needed. Meanwhile, the guy in the suit and his rugged sidekick were still creeping on him from the shadows. They watched Su Hong step straight into one of the facility's brutal combat zones. With the whole crowd fanboying over Wang and Sheen, these two realized there were zero witnesses around. They exchanged a toxic smirk. This was the ultimate setup to jump him. But right as they were about to strike, the rugged dude gasped out loud. Suit Guy frantically shushed him, but his buddy just shakily pointed up at the massive jumbotron above the gates. Both of them snapped their heads up and completely froze, paralyzed by the broadcast. Inside the death box, Su Hong was just standing there, chilling, totally surrounded by a nightmare squad of feral monsters. We're talking a skyscraper-sized bear with glowing red eyes, a gang of tank-like armored scorpions, and a swarm of rock-plated horrors. Back in the dim hallways, the stalker duo stared at the screen, their anxiety skyrocketing. Suit Guy, white-knuckling his wooden bat, stuttered, asking if they should go snitch to a coach to save the kid from getting slaughtered. The rugged guy just gave a dead-eyed stare. Bro, it's a wrap. He's cooked. He fully expected the freshman to be turned into absolute confetti in 3 seconds flat, low-key annoyed that they wouldn't get to beat him up themselves. But down in the pit, Su Hong stood like a boss in the middle of a swirling dust storm. He locked eyes with the shadow dwellers and dropped the coldest taunt. Bring it. Instantly, a colossal scorpion monstrosity shrieked, launching itself out of the darkness. Swoosh! Su Hong sidestepped the death blow with butter-smooth footwork, leaving literal glitchy afterimages as he blasted forward. His fists flared up with blinding sapphire plasma, and he started shredding through the monster pack like a human buzzsaw. Up in the viewing gallery, Suit Guy was literally glitching out. He rubbed his eyes, questioning his entire reality, trying to compute how a totally basic entry-level Tier 1 rookie was pulling off this god-tier gameplay. He knew for a fact that even a mid-level veteran would get instantly deleted if they got jumped by over a dozen high-stage nightmares. As Su Hong kept dropping bodies, the rich kid's jaw hit the floor. He finally recognized the kid's dash. It was Lin Xingha's signature move, the flying swan startling cloud step, a literal A-rank mobility skill. His rugged buddy was equally mind-blown, yelling that a random high school valedictorian had zero business packing that kind of premium firepower. He started theorizing that Su Hong was secretly an elite trust fund kid, or worse, he somehow pirated the skill just by staring at Lin Xingha. Suit Guy swallowed hard, admitting that mastering an A-rank cheat code that fast was totally illegal. Reading the room, the rugged dude suggested they cancel their hit, but Suit Guy tightened his grip on the bat, his face twisting up, totally unwilling to let his ego take the L. Desperate, his boy grabbed him and pointed at the monitor one last time. There was Su Hong, casually using a dead monster as a gaming chair. He had literally solo-wiped 11 high-stage beasts in a matter of minutes. Su Hong flicked open his system panel. The UI flashed, showing his dozen elite kills only dropped a pathetic 81 martial value points. That was a garbage average of 7 points per drop. He let out a heavy sigh, hitting the harsh reality that leveling up made farming EXP way more toxic. But the breather was over in a blink. More glowing red eyes pierced the shadows. Su Hong hopped off his monster throne. "No breaks," he muttered. Instantly, a mutated wolf dive-bombed from the ceiling. But Su Hong casually countered with a brutal Vajra fist. Kaboom! A golden shockwave shattered the air, violently shaking the entire arena. The leftover mobs, massive scorpions and giant cats included, actually started backing up in pure terror. Su Hong's eyes flared neon blue. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Pay up," he growled. "Drop your EXP, now." He launched into a sprint, snatching a giant scorpion by the tail and treating it like a baseball bat to absolutely smash the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Suit Guy's anger evaporated into pure depression. He dramatically sighed, asking why the world was trapped in a cycle of hate, and announced he was stepping up to be the bigger man and forgive his enemy. His buddy instantly backed him up, whispering they needed to ghost the area before the kid decided to mop the floor with them too. They sprinted for the exit, blending right into the crowd of fanboys swarming to worship the elites. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as they obsess over the leaderboard. Wang Tiantua just wiped out 9 high-tier monsters in under 10 minutes flat, but Xiao Yan? She dropped 8 of them without even moving an inch. A random trainee nudges the rugged guy and his suited buddy, asking if they finally got their payback. The guy in the suit forces a shaky laugh, playing along. But deep down, they both know the cold, hard truth. If they hadn't tucked tail and ran, they would be rotting in the dirt right now, like total roadkill. Suddenly, the holy trinity of top elites steps out of the shadows. Wang Tiantua, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xingha. Wang Tiantua casually drops a mind-bending score of 280 points, while Xiao Yan smirks, flexing her 270. The crowd gasps, totally shook. Doing the math, these absolute units must have shredded through 50 or 60 beasts apiece. The rest of the class basically cries over their pathetic scores of 50, 20, or even 10 measly points. Someone finally chokes out the golden question. Who actually took the crown in this hunt? Xiao Yan just silently points a finger straight at Lin Xingha. The reality hits the crowd like a truck. With those 3 beasts prowling around, everyone else is just fighting for 4th place. Meanwhile, the rugged and suited duo watch from the sidelines, silently scoffing at how completely clueless everyone else is. They know a literal nightmare is lurking in this camp, a shadow hovering way above those top 3 elites. Just 1 hour later, the dark truth gets dragged into the light, over in the artificial forest. The whole training zone has been reduced to an apocalyptic wasteland, a massive, crimson-stained graveyard overflowing with mangled monsters. Su Hong's brutal grinding session finally wraps up. He blows out a heavy, ragged breath, swiping the grimy sweat off his forehead after slaughtering savage monsters non-stop for over an hour. Even rocking his overlord body physique, the back-to-back carnage has him completely gassed. He glances down at his glowing wrist tech, realizing he's still miles away from his target of 735 martial value points. A slick system pop-up flashes on the screen, tallying his loot. 400 contribution points from the hunt, plus another 300 from his gravity vest, bringing the grand total to 700 points. He racks his brain, wondering what kind of upgrades he can snag. Cut to the martial arts pavilion, a massive traditional dojo, where Su Hong steps up to the front counter. He intensely scrolls through the digital catalog, while a bored clerk watches him. He glosses over the Tier 1 meds, spotting vitality pills dirt cheap at 10 points, while spirit gathering pills hover around 30 to 50 points. His eyes lock onto the A-rank martial arts tab. God-tier moves like Explosive Palm, Bone Nether Fire Fist, and Startling Swan Heavenly Roam are priced way out of his league, ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 points. He quickly realizes that while A-rank skills are insanely pricey, with the absolute cheapest hitting $2,000, the pills are actually totally affordable, especially those sweet spirit-gathering ones. The clerk props her chin on her hand, practically dozing off, and sarcastically asks if he's figured out what he wants to buy. In her head, she's totally judging him, assuming a rookie Tier 1 student is too broke to afford a single thing. Ignoring her vibe, Su Hong asks if these specific spirit-gathering pills actually boost spiritual power. She gives a lazy nod, explaining they only work the very first time you pop one, and obviously, dropping points on a higher grade pill guarantees a massive power spike. She points out that the absolute best they stock is the Tier 4 variant, which costs a hefty 500 contribution points. Su-hong filters the search to Tier 4, noticing top-shelf vitality pills going for 100 to 500 points, before he points a finger and bluntly asks for one Tier 4 spirit gathering pill. The clerk's jaw practically unhinges. Snapping out of her daze, she scrambles to remind him that a Tier 4 pill costs a whopping 500 points, not 50. Su-hong doesn't even blink, casually repeating his order for the Tier 4 pill. He just taps his wrist interface against the scanner. It chimes with a crisp beep, flashing a massive balance of 700 points. The clerk is absolutely shook, staring at his balance like she's seeing a ghost. Her whole demeanor does a crazy 180. She instantly turns on the charm, practically throwing the premium pillbox at him while flirting. "Thanks for your business, handsome." Unfazed, Su-hong casually asks if they have any dual thunder and fire attribute alloy spears in stock. She eagerly nods, pricing them at 200 points. Cut to Su-hong's dorm room later that night. His sick new weapons are proudly mounted on the wall. A pair of lethal C-rank dual thunder and fire attribute spears, officially dubbed the Thunderfire Spears. Sporting slick crimson tassels at the tips, Su-hong chills on his bed, pulling up his holographic status window. His vitality stat is sitting pretty at 135, while his spirit level is clocking in at 26.5. His overlord body physique has officially cracked the 1% spirit rank mark. His elemental guidance skills for Thunder and Heavenly Fire have both hit level 4, while Water Marsh, Thick Earth, and Spirit Wind are solidly at level 3. Su-hong smirks, realizing the insane gains he made today completely outshine his entire grind from last week. Crunching the numbers in his head, he sees his 26.5 spiritual power and 490 martial value points still leave him 25.5 points shy of the 100 milestone. He snaps open the premium box, revealing a mesmerizing, glowing golden pill resting softly on a velvet cushion. Pinching the glowing orb between his fingers, he prays this little thing packs the exact 25.5 spiritual boost he desperately needs. Without hesitation, he pops the pill into his mouth, his eyes burning with pure ambition as he whispers his ultimate vow to awaken as a spirit master. The literal second that glowing, green, pearl-like pill activates, Su-hong feels the insane rush hit his system. A massive surge of vibrant green energy floods his veins, lighting up his entire meridian network like pure neon fire. Every ounce of tension in his muscles straight up melts away, and the heavy fatigue totally vanishes into thin air. Meditating cross-legged on his mattress, he fully zones in, letting his mind go totally zen. As his consciousness sharpens, his sensory awareness expands outward like a radar, silently mapping every single millimeter of his dorm room. When his eyelids finally snap open, his irises are blazing with a fierce, electric blue aura. Pulling up the system UI, he checks the fresh stats. His spirit level just skyrocketed by 24 points, landing perfectly at 50.5. But as he does the quick math, a wave of pure frustration hits him. Combining his 490 martial value points with his new buff, his progress is stuck at exactly 99.5%. Just 5 points short. He internally kicks himself, groaning that he should have absolutely wrecked just one more monster during his hunt. But right now, he's totally tapped out. All he can do is crash and wait for tomorrow. Letting out a heavy sigh, he flops backward onto his bed to recharge. Meanwhile, across the base in a glaringly lit warehouse, the elite camp instructors are having a major huddle. Badass officers decked out in pitch-black tactical gear are grouped up, swiping through the rookie files and hotly debating the roster. One guy is openly confused, asking why a heavy hitter from the elite Marshall Dow University got dragged down here just to babysit some fresh newbies. Bu Jingfong totally goes off. He lets out a loud, mocking scoff, straight up trashing the trainees as totally overhyped frauds, bragging that these kids wouldn't even last a minute as his high school punching bags. That arrogant flex instantly sparks drama. A bald instructor chuckles, flashing Wang Tinto's insane stats on the screen, loudly pointing out that the kid's rocking a vitality of 340, a number Bu Jingfong never even sniffed back in his prime. That reality check totally catches the loudmouth off guard. Then an older, gray-haired vet chimes in, bragging that Lin Xingyi's vitality easily broke 300, while another guy smugly adds his own trainee is already an awakened spirit master. Bu Jingfong's brain practically short-circuits. He frantically gestures to his assigned target, Su Hong, crying foul that the kid only has a measly 123 vitality. He demands to know why he got stuck babysitting a total weakling, while the rest of the crew scored absolute beasts. The other instructors exchange weird looks, knowing damn well Bu Jingfong is the strongest fighter in the room. A few guys even start whispering, wondering if the legendary Grandmaster Qin Tian Li totally botched the roster assignments. Speak of the devil, Qin Tian Li fiercely strides into the room with Linda and Ba flanking him, instantly freezing the gossip. With a dead serious glare, he completely shuts down the rumors. 0 mistakes were made. Bu Jingfong, visibly salty, loudly complains that making him fight this kid is basically a slap in the face. Unfazed, the Grandmaster coldly drops a massive bombshell. Su Hong's actual combat power can totally rival a high-stage Tier 1 martial artist. Boom! That reveal hits the squad like a massive shockwave. The veteran instructors are absolutely glitching out, unable to process the math. How the hell does a kid with barely 123 vitality hit that ridiculously hard? Qin Tian Li just smirks, claiming the details are highly classified, and tells Bu Jingfong he'll taste the truth the second they throw down. Still acting entirely unimpressed, Bu Jingfong dramatically sighs, flexing that, with his own vitality pushing 500, this whole matchup feels exactly like straight-up cyberbullying IRL. Whack! That comment earns him a brutal smack on the back of his head. The Grand Master, clearly losing his patience, barks at him to shut his mouth and lock in on the objective. His orders are brutal. Go 100% all out, 0 mercy, and absolutely demolish Su Hong until the kid starts literally questioning his life choices. Massaging his throbbing skull, Bu Jingfong asks if the Grand Master has some weird personal beef with the kid, warning that he won't pay the medical bills if he accidentally cripples him. In response, Qin Tian Li flashes a dark, savage grin, telling him to go as utterly ruthless as he wants, even promising some crazy bonus rewards if he actually pushes it that far. Hearing that, Bu Jingfong's eyes light up. He's officially all in. With the kill order confirmed, the Shadow Op officially kicks off. The drill instructors didn't waste a single second, executing their midnight raid under total darkness. Beyond the walls, the training grounds were dead silent, blanketed in fresh, crisp snow. That peace lasted maybe 5 seconds. Then, absolute bedlam erupted inside the barracks. Masked figures obliterated the front doors, catching the rookies totally slipping. Pure panic infected the halls in a heartbeat. Screams echoed, minds blanked. Guys were tripping over themselves, begging for just 1 second to throw some clothes on. But Su Hong, his eyes snapped open the millisecond the chaos dropped. Bolting upright, he instantly clocked the vibe. They were getting jumped. His gaze zeroed in on his bedroom door, right as twin, brutal gashes shredded the metal from the other side. A heartbeat later, the whole frame completely vaporized. Bu Jingfong strolled through the wreckage, gripping a katana that pulsed with this toxic neon purple aura. The guy was wearing this cocky smirk, fully convinced this was going to be a total cakewalk. 0 hesitation. He whipped out an X-shaped energy wave that absolutely chewed through the floorboards. Su Hong dodged on instinct, backflipping just as the shockwave pulverized his mattress. While the dust settled, Su Hong's brain flashed back to those sketchy rumors about hitmen wiping out training facilities. For a split second, he genuinely thought he was staring down a real-deal assassin. Sticking the landing, he snatched his newly minted spear and locked into a guard stance inside his trashed room. The intruder's face was totally hidden, leaving Su Hong guessing about the guy's actual power level. But Jingfong wasn't letting him breathe. He launched himself off the floor, bringing down this massive, crescent moon slash of purple doom. Mid-air, the The guy actually started trash-talking, calling him just another tragic Tier 1 scrub. But that arrogant tone, combined with the flashy aura, dead giveaway. Su-hong instantly realized he wasn't dealing with some monster hitman. It was just a dude, a regular Tier 1 fighter. And honestly, that made a massive grin spread across Su-hong's face. To him, this was basically hitting the jackpot. If he could just stomp this clown, those final 5 martial value points he desperately needed were his. The ultimate power-up was literally standing right in his bedroom. Still floating in midair, Jingfong's brain finally registered that something was super wrong. Instead of backing away, Su-hong lunged dead ahead, rushing right into the kill zone. Their weapons collided in this retina-burning explosion of light, Su-hong's spear clashing head-to-head with Jingfong's glowing edge. But it wasn't a clean block. It was a brutal deadlock. Jingfong's muscles screamed instantly, his knuckles turning totally white while cold sweat beaded on his forehead. In his own mind, he was forced to swallow his pride and admit the Grandmaster wasn't capping. This kid's raw kinetic energy was 100% on par with a high-stage Tier 1 elite. And then, the nightmare actually got worse. As the weapon lock dragged out, real panic set in. This wasn't about fancy technique anymore. Su-hong's pure, unfiltered physical dominance felt totally suffocating, completely shattering what a normal Tier 1 should be capable of. On the flip side, Su-hong was chilling. A vicious crimson aura flared around his frame, and he casually bulldozed forward with his polearm, like he was taking a Sunday stroll. Then the momentum fully snapped. Barking a fierce battle cry, he dumped all his stats into his arms and violently whipped the spear upward. That single flick absolutely nuked Jingfong's guard, launching the guy backward like he was nothing but an annoying bug. Jingfong ragdolled across the concrete, clutching his katana for dear life, his forearms literally vibrating from the shockwave. For a solid second, he just sat there glitching, totally rattled. He seriously started questioning what kind of freak he had just poked, because calling this monster a rookie felt like a massive joke. Still, he dragged himself off the floor. Deep violet flames sparked to life along his steel as he forced his heart rate down. He tried hyping himself up, muttering that you don't win death matches just by lifting heavy. If brute force was useless, then elite technique was going to take the crown. Su-hong scoped out the purple fire with obvious hype. He'd actually never seen a raw flame attribute skill up close before. Right on cue, brilliant gold lightning started arcing aggressively around his own spearhead. Now the sound design was getting insane. The violet inferno roared louder as Jingfong charged up his ultimate, before violently propelling himself toward the ceiling. A blazing, neon violet cross materialized around his edge. Hovering there, he talked his trash, outright daring the kid to try and tank a certified B-rank execution skill. Then he dropped the hammer. The blazing X-slash ripped down through the oxygen, packing some serious, lethal momentum. Su-hong didn't even blink. He locked his heels in, pumping pure electric currents through his weapon. His battle instincts fired immediately. This incoming strike outclassed his own B-rank void-breaking finger shot. But backing down wasn't in his code. Instead, he thrusted the polearm straight up to the ceiling, catching the apocalypse dead on. The fusion of voltage and fire detonated like a literal bomb. The foundation caved in, jagged concrete shrapnel sprayed everywhere, and the entire dorm vibrated like a level 8 earthquake. Then, dead silence. As the debris cloud slowly drifted down, Su-hong touched back onto the floorboards, perfectly balanced. Once the smoke completely vanished, he was just chilling there, totally unbothered, polearm resting comfortably in his grip like they were playing patty cake. Across the blast zone, Jingfong just gaped, absolutely flabbergasted. Scanning the obliterated room, the horrifying reality finally hit him. Su-hong had just tanked a premium B-rank finisher, using nothing but raw, unfiltered electric energy. Zero textbook forms, just psychotic levels of power and perfect energy control. Right then, the puzzle pieces snapped together. He suddenly got why the Grandmaster explicitly ordered him not to hold back. Still desperately clinging to his ego, he pointed out that Su-hong lacked any legit lightning forms, arrogantly claiming that without a proper skill tree, the kid was basically running on borrowed time. Su Hong just let out a dark chuckle. The voltage spiked violently along his shaft, as he smoothly shrugged off the insult. Yeah, he admitted, he didn't own any thunder arts, but right on cue, a vicious crimson inferno erupted around the spear's tip. And rather than rejecting each other, the flames seamlessly fused with the gold electricity, braiding together an absolutely flawless synergy. Now, his entire aura flared in this sick, dual-toned glow, plasma and voltage perfectly interwoven. He stood there looking like a raid boss, while Jingfong, on the flip side, was paralyzed. The guy was sweating bullets, eyes practically popping out of his skull, unable to process the cheat code he was witnessing. The supposed rookie had just executed a flawless elemental fusion, a flex that was light years above basic combat theory. In that split second, the tragic Tier 1 scrub label was officially dead and buried. Su Hong squared up, his spear now radiating this feral, unstable cocktail of lightning and fire. Jingfong was literally stuck on stupid. Puddles of cold sweat drenched his face. His whole vibe shattered as he realized elemental fusion wasn't just some fairy tale for grandmasters. It was real, it was glowing right in his face, and it was closing the distance fast. Su Hong's eyes glowed with pure hype as he explosively dashed forward. Jingfong panic swung on pure survival instinct, unleashing a massive wave of violet energy, hoping to stall the crash. Spoiler alert, it didn't end well for him. The two strikes slammed together with bone-rattling force, but Su Hong just bulldozed right through the center. His spear carved a path straight forward, igniting a blinding shockwave of fused fire and lightning that absolutely devoured Bu Jingfong. The raw impact utterly vaporized his defenses on contact. He hacked up blood mid-air, entirely helpless as the kinetic force yeeted him backward like a rag doll strapped to a rocket. Barely a heartbeat later, he obliterated the building's outer wall, blasting out into the night air amidst a massive shower of shattered concrete. Back inside the wrecked dorm room, the smoke finally began to clear. Su Hong was just standing there, without a single scratch on him, his weapon still crackling with dying embers and static. Right on cue, a system prompt popped up. He just scooped up 7 martial value points. That was the magic number. He pulled up his stats instantly, locking his eyes on that sweet total of 497. We are so back. The final hurdle was completely gone. A tiny, satisfied smirk tugged at his lips. He officially secured the exact threshold required to awaken as a spirit master. Meanwhile, down in the courtyard, deafening shockwaves were still echoing from the dorms. Grandmaster Qin Tian Li strolled onto the scene alongside Bamu, casually scoping out the chaos. Honestly, the old man was barely paying attention at first. He just figured Bu Jingfong had finally wrapped up his little discipline mission. Matter of fact, he was actively bragging about drafting a whole TED Talk to correct Su Hong's cultivation path and force him to ditch that messy, multi-skill build. Spoiler alert, that lecture got canceled real fast. A colossal detonation instantly silenced him mid-sentence. Bu Jingfong got launched out of the top floor window like a literal meteor, cratering into the pavement mere inches from their feet. The dude face-planted with a sickening crunch, out cold before he even hit the dirt, with a thick trail of crimson dripping from his jaw. Bamu violently gasped the second she recognized the mangled face. Qin Tian Li just stood there, dead silent. His eyes were glued to the crater. All that smug energy from 2 seconds ago, absolutely vaporized. Bamu's brain went into overdrive, connecting the dots. If their strongest instructor was currently eating dirt, that mathematically meant Su Hong actually caught a body tonight. But before she could even process that insane reality, 3 back-to-back shockwaves ripped through the higher floors. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more silhouettes got chucked into the night sky, trailing wild streaks of elemental aura, before nosediving right into the courtyard next to their fallen comrade. Yep, the remaining 3 instructors, all knocked out cold, all utterly humbled. Meanwhile, up in the shattered building frame, 3 silhouettes confidently stepped up to the ledge. Wang Tianwo, Xian, and Lin Xingyi. The academy's top dogs were chilling up there, without breaking a sweat. Wang Tianwo just folded his arms, shouting down at the ground floor. blatantly telling the Grandmaster to dispatch some actual threats next time, because this squad was practically papier-mâché. But then, he froze up. The math wasn't mathing. There were 4 bodies piled up down there, not 3. Lin Xingyi, completely misreading the room, just confidently guessed that the 4th guy in their dorm must have been absolute trash, and got clapped instantly. Down below, Bamu was still paralyzed, staring at Bu Jingfeng's shattered ribs. She immediately vetoed that theory in her head. She knew the actual truth. Out of that entire strike team, Bu Jingfeng was universally ranked number 1, which turned this entire scenario into something deeply terrifying. Qin Tianli was vigorously stroking his beard, his brain running pure analytical overdrive. The top trio bagging their wins tracked perfectly. They were S-tier prodigies. But Su Hong, an early-stage Tier 1 kid flatlining a veteran on the brink of Tier 2, and finishing his fight first, that defied basic logic. The old man furrowed his brows, spiraling into a deep tactical rabbit hole. He was intensely wondering what kind of cheat code the kid activated. A forbidden art? Some insane dormant bloodline? But right at that moment, Instructor Lindsay came absolutely hauling into the courtyard, sweating bullets and screaming at the top of his lungs that a massive anomaly just dropped. Qin Tianli didn't even bat an eye. He just swatted his hand in annoyance, casually brushing it off as a random training fatality. He coldly stated that a couple of dead kids were just the cost of doing business in a hardcore boot camp. Lindsay instantly killed that narrative. Gasping for air, he frantically explained that nobody flatlined, but they caught Su Hong triggering a literal elemental fusion mid-brawl. Qin Tianli gave a slow, detached nod at first, mumbling that a fusion strike would definitely explain the insane, upset victory. Then, his own words fully processed, he turned to stone. A microsecond later, his spiritual pressure detonated into a blinding wave of gold aura. He snatched Lindsay by the collar, roaring at him to run that sentence back, projecting an insane killing intent if this turned out to be a prank about something so utterly impossible. Lindsay, practically shaking in his boots, swore on his life it was legit. He kept stammering that he just reviewed the security tapes with his own 2 eyes. He saw Su Hong spinning a spear engulfed in a flawless helix of flames and raw electricity. He desperately pointed out that they could just ask Bu Jingfeng if they thought he was capping. Very, very slowly, the Grandmaster shifted his gaze down to the comatose teacher, and the puzzle pieces locked together. The kid actually pulled off a fusion. The old man's whole vibe did a violently fast 180, aggressively shaking Lindsay all over again. But this time fueled by pure, unhinged hype. He was practically vibrating as he ranted that the only legendary freak of nature to ever successfully mix 2 elements needed over 10 years to stabilize the formula. But Su Hong? He cracked the code in under 30 days. That stat line was just totally mind-melting. Qin Tianli threw his head back, absolutely cackling like a madman, shouting to the heavens that Su Hong was a once-in-a-generation monster, a literal dragon descending on the mortal realm. By then, Lindsay's knees had given out entirely, forcing Bamu to awkwardly prop him up. Bamu herself looked like she'd seen a ghost. Her brain completely short-circuiting, she quietly asked if syncing 2 elements was genuinely that broken in the meta, enough to let a fresh Tier 1 rookie utterly steamroll a guy knocking on Tier 2's door. Qin Tianli reeled in his crazy laughter, deadpan confirming the lore. He laid out the history, noting that the original founder of the path used to casually bully Tier 2 fighters, while still hard stuck in Tier 1 himself. But that history lesson just opened Pandora's box. Bamu's curiosity was completely piqued now, as she pointed out the glaring loophole. Why wasn't an exploit this powerful being spammed across the curriculum? Even if the learning curve was brutal, that kind of damage multiplier was way too juicy to pass up. The hype instantly drained from Qin Tianli's face, turning incredibly grim as he broke down the dark reality of elemental syncing. He admitted that countless cultivators had tried to hack the system before, but 99% of them either completely flopped or ended up permanently shattering their own meridians in the backlash. And honestly, even for the unicorns who somehow survived the process, it usually became a massive trap. He solemnly revealed that most of those successful pioneers got permanently hard-capped at Tier 1, completely unable to break through ever again. So, after surviving all that insane torture and grinding, they had basically slammed straight into a brick wall. Yeah, not exactly a 5-star review, but suddenly, the guy's whole vibe pulled a total 180. Gripping his fist while a faint, glowing aura sparked around him, he dropped the one detail that flipped the script. Su Hong had pulled this off in under 30 days. That little fact? Yeah, that hit way different. He was absolutely blown away by Su Hong's cracked learning speed, openly obsessing over just how insanely overpowered this kid could get. If the rookie could mash 2 elements together this fast, what would go down if he actually mastered all 7? Just like that, his brain went straight to the ultimate endgame. Throwing his arms wide, Qin Tian Li painted a hardcore, blockbuster-level scenario. Picture a fully maxed-out Su Hong, commanding a blinding, chaotic storm of every single element combined, unleashing one apocalyptic strike that completely vaporizes a colossal alien emperor. Pure, unadulterated annihilation. Right behind him, Lin and Bamu literally blue-screened for a second. Cue the massive anime sweat drop. They awkwardly chimed in, hinting that their boss might be hyping things up just a bit too much. I mean, sure, fusing 2 elements was already pure madness, but all 7? That was straight-up fanfiction territory. Catching himself drifting into delusion, Qin Tian Li coughed into his hand and played it off, telling his crew to just scrub that from their memory. But then, his face hardened, snapping back to cold, hard reality. He confessed that holding this kind of potential came with a massive burden. If Su Hong kept trying to solo grind all 7 attributes blindly, he was practically guaranteed to crash and burn, especially when risking that 3rd fusion, and totally nuke his own future. And if that nightmare actually happened? He swore that the blood would be on his hands, branding himself a traitor to humanity for fumbling a generational prodigy. Yeah, talk about the pressure instantly going off the charts. Out of nowhere, Lindsay dropped another massive bombshell, acting like he just unlocked a hidden lore drop. He pointed out that Su Hong was definitely packing some kind of mutant physique, because his raw, unbuffed strength had already folded Bu Jingfong like a lawn chair before he even popped his element fusion. Qin Tian Li whipped around, instantly roasting him for holding back that crucial intel. The instructors went straight to the whiteboard to break the stats down. Lindsay highlighted that Su Hong, rocking a base vitality of only around 120, had completely steamrolled Bu Jingfong, a guy whose stats were pushing almost 500. A stat gap like that wasn't just weird. It was literally impossible. They threw it up against Wang Tianwo's elite barbarian god body, and realized Su Hong's physical multiplier was in a totally different galaxy. Honestly, calling his build monstrous felt like a massive understatement. Qin Tian Li stared heavily toward the wrecked dorm building, the gears visibly turning in his head. Then, he made the executive call. He announced that tomorrow, he was throwing down a full-blown combat tournament. No more assuming, he needed raw, hard data. The mission was dead simple. Push Su Hong into the ring and forcefully expose his absolute ceiling. And for his challengers, zero mercy. He was tossing Su Hong into the meat grinder against the camp's big 3, Wang Tianwo, Lin Xingyi, and Xian. At the exact same time, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered that he wanted front-row seats to see this freak of nature clash head-on with the absolute sickest prodigies the camp had to offer. Yeah, it was safe to say tomorrow was going to be an absolute movie. Meanwhile, Su Hong just chilled inside his trashed room, meditating right in the middle of the rubble. The chaotic screaming outside didn't even register in his brain. Totally locked in on leveling up, he yanked open his system interface and dumped every single drop of his martial value straight into his spirit stat. Instantly, a blinding blue aura engulfed his body as his consciousness breached the spirit realm. Closing his eyes, he soaked up the surge of this raw, untamed energy. The second he tested it, a glowing, spectral fist flickered into reality. Moving it felt incredibly trippy, almost like getting used. To flexing a brand new ghost limb, putting in a little focus, he pulled up his mental interface and grinned. His spirit stat had shattered past the 100% threshold. Desperate to test this out in the real world, He locked eyes with his heavy bed and made it levitate effortlessly with a single thought. A massive smirk broke across his face as his own feet left the ground, floating right alongside his spear. It clicked. He could literally fly now and launch psychic attacks exactly like Xian. Armed with that new cheat code, he instantly locked in his next target, ripping off Xian's A-rank spirit skill and Wang Tianhuo's brutal offensive technique. Fast forward to the next morning. Blaring alarms ordered every single soul to assemble in 60 seconds flat, threatening to wipe points from anyone who dragged their feet. Trainees practically tumbled down the stairs in pure panic, whining non-stop about this psychotic schedule. They were losing it, screaming that they had just survived the brutal entrance exam, hellish boot camp, and a literal midnight assassination attempt, all crammed into a span of 24 hours. Soon enough, a massive sea of exhausted bodies packed the courtyard. Su Hong just strolled out looking casually unbothered, stretching his shoulders like he hadn't just fought for his life the night before. Instructor Linda stood before the battered squad, flashing a devious smirk. He openly mocked them, saying he totally expected half of them to be face-planted in the dirt, before adding that they had actually done decent just by showing up. One severely bruised trainee barked back, raging that he only caught an L because of a dirty sucker punch. He screamed that he hadn't even had time to grab his clothes, and complained about the assassin aiming straight for his family jewels. Linda hit back with pure, lethal sarcasm, asking if this guy seriously thought a bloodthirsty alien hitman was going to patiently wait for him to zip up his pants. The dude's buddy burst out laughing, totally roasting him by dubbing him Captain Underpants. Chilling in the back, Su Hong silently gave Linda a mental nod. Real combat had no rules, but looking around, he definitely got why the whole squad looked like walking zombies. Catching the totally defeated vibe, Lindsay grabbed the mic and announced a full-scale evaluation, tossing everyone a lifeline to prove they weren't totally useless. He broke down the rules, explaining that a high-tech automated system was going to scan their vitality, raw combat power, spirit strength, speed, and martial arts mastery. Wang Tianhuo, Shihan, and Lin Xingyi just smirked, oozing absolute confidence. Already knowing they were the undisputed kings of the camp, Lindsay kept going, dropping the news that there would be an official combat ladder, and anyone cracking the top 10 would score a daily payout of contribution points. Instantly, the crowd's energy spiked. Everyone basically accepted that the big three were untouchable, so they mentally prepared for an absolute bloodbath over those final 7 slots. Su Hong, however, just raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious about what the loot for absolute first place looked like. With the crowd getting way too hyped, Lindsay shut down the noise and marched the squad over to the testing grounds, a massive industrial warehouse. Inside, he stepped onto a raised platform right beside a terrifying, mechanical spider-looking rig, the infamous Tier 2 combat power tester. As the trainees fell in line, Grandmaster Qin Tian Li scanned the crowd with laser focus, noting how smoothly his main target was blending into the background. A heavily bandaged kid standing right next to Su Hong puffed out his chest, totally delusional, thinking the Grandmaster was checking him out for his hidden talent. Su Hong just gave him a deadpan side-eye, brutally telling him to stop capping. But sensing the Grandmaster's intense, unblinking stare, Su Hong's instincts kicked in, throwing up massive red flags, knowing damn well he was the one in the crosshairs. Qin Tian Li then grabbed the floor, dropping an absolute nuke of a grand prize. The absolute unit who took first place overall would get a free pick of any A-rank martial art or movement. Skill in the vault. The crowd absolutely lost their minds, the warehouse exploding into a chaotic buzz. Whispers spread like wildfire that the top 3 heavyweights were about to stop playing nice and go completely all out. Whispers about who would bag the win spread like wildfire. Wang Tiantua's face locked into dead seriousness. He knew damn well that A-rank techniques were practically mythical, even for a loaded family like his. Sheen smirked, practically drooling over the chance to snatch up that god-tier skill. Meanwhile, Lin Xing played it cool behind his fan, but his piercing eyes screamed pure ambition. To Lin Xing, this was the perfect flex to prove his methods worked. And Su Hong? His eyes flared with a crazy hunger. The shot at scoring another A-rank technique had him ready to risk it all for first place. Taking it all in from the sidelines, Qin Tianli narrowed his gaze. His actual endgame for this whole exam? To strip away Su Hong's secrets and expose his absolute max power. With that mastermind plot brewing, he stepped up and dropped the testing order. Lin Xing was up first, with Xin locked in right behind him. And then came Wang Tiantua. Just hearing that stacked roster sent shivers down the trainees' spines. They started muttering, totally spooked by how brutal this opening round was going to be. Everyone was sweating, wondering what poor soul had to follow up that insane trio. The Grandmaster didn't make them wait long, booming out the fourth name, Su Hong. The whole room gasped in shock. But Su Hong? He didn't even flinch. To him, this just proved he was being totally targeted. Back in the crowd, his old buddies Chen Shan and Li Du shot him these massive pity looks. They remembered he crashed and burned in dead last during the entrance exam, so they figured he must have seriously ticked off the Grandmaster. Other students started buzzing with their own conspiracy theories. They swore the Grandmaster rigged the lineup, sticking the weakest kid right after the heavyweights just to humiliate him and light a fire under everyone else's butts. Su Hong completely tuned out the haters. Up front, Qin Tianli broke down the rules, announcing that they'd kick off with pure, raw, physical combat. Power, followed right after by martial skills. Lin Xing strolled up like it was a walk in the park, shrugging that brute strength wasn't exactly his main gig. Still, he blitzed the testing machine and launched a devastating punch. The screen flared to life, flashing a wild score of 4,013. The crowd lost their minds. Totally mind-blown. They started geeking out, saying that breaking the 4,000 mark was already insanely cracked, especially for a guy claiming strength was his weak spot. Some random guy chimed in, pointing out that next to his god-tier A-rank speed, his punches only looked weak in comparison. Su Hong just watched in silence, calculating that Lin Xing's physical foundation had to be totally tanky just to survive the backlash of an A-rank movement skill. At that exact second, Su Hong booted up his system, dead set on copy-pasting whatever flashy martial art dropped next. Up on stage, Lin Xing summoned this vicious, swirling green tornado around his knuckles, unleashing the cloud-hiding Gale Fist. He nuked the machine with a brutal shockwave. The heavy metal rig violently rattled, and the digits spiked to 5,642. The hype was instant. The whole room was screaming about how crossing 5,600 straight up put him at a Tier 2 martial artist level. They were totally shook by how much damage a B-rank technique could actually do. In the shadows, Su Hong silently hijacked the skill. A faint green glow wrapped around his own fingers as he crunched the numbers. He clocked that the fancy move only buffed Lin Xing's raw score by a measly 1,600 points, which, honestly, didn't impress him one bit. Strutting off the stage with a smug grin, Lin Xing walked right into Xin's crosshairs. As she bluntly called his flex complete, mid. Lin Xing didn't even sweat it, just smirking and daring her to do better. Xin strutted to the plate, clocking a base physical combat power of 3,253. The trainees nodded along, totally buying it since spirit mains almost never leveled up their physical stats. But the second it was time to unleash martial skills, her eyes ignited with a blinding glow. Flexing her telekinesis, she literally materialized this gigantic, glowing golden hammer out of thin air and slammed it into the machine like a meteor. Su Hong's internal system triggered instantly, ripping the data and unlocking the spirit attribute weapon condensation art for him. A wave of pure satisfaction hit him as the knowledge downloaded. Realizing this training camp was basically a free loot drop, a sneaky smirk tugged at his lips as he daydreamed about just how many broken skills he could swipe before the camp wrapped up. Xin didn't waste a second, chopping her arm downward like a total boss who already knew she won. That massive golden phantom weapon mimicked her motion, violently crashing into the combat. Power tester. The impact blasted out a crazy shockwave, showering the stage in sparks as the heavy machinery groaned under the sheer weight. A split second later, a glowing blue hologram flickered to life. Flashing 5,942, the entire crowd went absolutely feral. Trainees were screaming that her combat power was scraping the 6,000 barrier, completely eclipsing Lin Jing's score. Others were freaking out over the math, shouting that her base was just over 3,200, meaning her burst damage practically doubled her raw stats. Everyone started glazing the Spirit Masters, calling them absolute prodigies, and hyping up their explosive burst damage as straight-up god tier. But while the whole room was busy losing their minds, Su Hong was dead silent in the back. A barely visible blue aura hugged his body as his consciousness dived deep into his mindscape. Right next to him, some random kid was crying about being jealous of Sheen, ranting about how spiritual power wasn't just raw unga-bunga damage, it was wildly versatile, letting users literally fly or use telekinesis on random objects, making it the ultimate hack for real-life combat. Meanwhile, deep inside the system's void, blazing golden spiritual energy erupted around Su Hong, swirling into a chaotic vortex the second he pointed a finger upward. The raw power compressed in a flash, forging this massive radiant construct floating right over his head, warping the very air around it from the sheer, crushing pressure. But the flex didn't last. The whole thing shattered in the blink of an eye, exploding into a shower of golden glitter before evaporating into nothing. Su Hong gasped out a heavy breath, looking totally drained. It suddenly clicked. This weapon condensation art wasn't just for swords and shields. He could theoretically craft anything, from random furniture to massive energy beasts. But here was the catch. The more realistic and solid the Phantom, the more insanely it chugged his spiritual mana. After that quick test run, he had to admit his current stats were way too low to actually master this broken ability. Beads of sweat rolled down his jaw as he swallowed the hard truth. This wasn't going to be a quick cheat code. Snapping back to reality, he decided to slow burn his training on this one. For now, he locked his radar onto the next victim, Wang Tiantua. He was dying to see what kind of monstrous martial art this guy was packing. Right on cue, the loudspeakers boomed. It was finally Wang Tiantua's turn. The whole arena sparked with fresh hype as the heavy hitter swaggered up to the stage, oozing pure, unbothered alpha energy. Whispers about his legendary status instantly flooded the room. Everyone was talking about his barbarian god body, a mutant physique literally famous for packing apocalyptic levels of brute strength. With that kind of insane hardware, the crowd was dead certain he had the ultimate cheat code to steal first place. Fanboys were already screaming that the true, final boss of combat power had finally entered the chat. Su Hong watched from the shadows, his mind racing as he compared Wang's hyped-up strength to his own overlord body. Unfazed by the noise, Wang Tiantua stomped forward with absolute swagger. His eyes locked in, razor-sharp. "Watch closely," he declared, promising this strike would expose the massive gap between him and the rest. Raw energy spiraled around his arm as he launched himself forward, smashing a brutal punch right into the machine. Boom! The explosive impact ripped through the air, sending massive shockwaves across the entire arena. The crowd completely lost their minds, with people gasping that they were entirely shook by what they just witnessed. Others called it absolutely unreal. They immediately clocked that his pure physical blow was barely 300 points shy of lynching a score when using a full-blown martial art. That detail alone proved just how utterly broken the barbarian god body actually was. Off in the distance, Grandmaster Qin and Lin took in the sheer madness. "Outstanding," Grandmaster Qin praised, clearly impressed. Catching the compliment, Wang Tiantua confidently cupped his fists, bowing with total swagger. But he wasn't done yet. He smirked, hyping up the crowd by announcing he'd throw down a martial art next to unleash something way more savage. Su Hong's eyes instantly lit up, realizing the guy was finally dropping his offensive A-rank technique. Back in the dead center of the arena, raw, aggressive energy began swirling violently around Wang Tiantua's arm. A blinding, white-hot aura that looked exactly like raging flames completely swallowed his hand, spiking his power level. He locked his stance, tuning out the noise, cranking his energy to absolute max as he primed his attack. Grandmaster Qin instantly clocked the move, recognizing the infamous A-rank skill, the Bone Netherfire Fist. Just then, a slick system pop-up flashed right in front of Su Hong's eyes. Ding! A notification let him know he had just bagged a brand new skill. The Bone Netherfire Fist. Su-hong's jaw nearly dropped. He vividly remembered seeing this exact move back at the pavilion, flexing a massive price tag of 2,800 contribution points just to grab it. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantua went totally berserk. He triggered the A-rank martial art at maximum overdrive. His glowing, fire-drenched arm crashed down like a catastrophic meteor. The monstrous shockwave practically rattled the entire building, and the combat tester screen blinded everyone for a split second before dropping the insane numbers. 7,534. The stadium went absolutely feral once again. Spectators were completely paralyzed by the flex, yelling that if he just squeezed out 500 more points, he'd be throwing hands on par with a Tier 2 middle stage beast packing 600 vitality. Grandmaster Qin was beaming, showering the kid with massive props. He even brought up how Wang Tiantua's old man always bragged about raising a future grandmaster, admitting that crazy dream was looking completely locked in. Wang Tiantua soaked it all up, cupping his hands respectfully and swearing he'd make it happen. With that massive flex out of the way, Grandmaster Qin called up the next challenger, Su-hong. As our boy strolled up to the plate, the crowd started buzzing with serious doubt. Everyone muttered that after the top three literally broke the scale, anyone following up was going to look like a complete joke. A few onlookers noticed Su-hong's chillingly calm vibe, admitting they'd be sweating bullets if they were in his shoes. Others just scoffed, claiming the dude looked way too chill, like he gave zero entirely. Reaching the front line, Su-hong locked eyes with Grandmaster Qin and Lindsay. The Grandmaster laid down the law, warning him that this first strike had to be pure, unadulterated muscle. Absolutely no martial arts allowed. Su-hong just gave a cool, silent nod, locking in. He dug his foot deep into the floor, dropping his center of gravity as raw, dense energy began radiating off his body. The very air around him started warping, and dust violently ripped from the floorboards as he charged his power. After a split second, he let out one deep, icy breath to center himself. "The top prize is already mine," he silently vowed, and then he exploded forward. Su-hong blitzed the machine at terrifying speed, slamming his fist straight into the target. A deafening boom shattered the silence, blasting a massive cloud of dust that totally swallowed the stage. When the smoke finally cleared, the glowing neon digits dropped a bombshell. 6,551. Pin-drop silence hit the stadium for a second, and then absolute chaos erupted. Nobody saw those insane stats coming. Grandmaster Qin's eyes practically bugged out of his head. He was completely floored, admitting to himself that he had seriously slept on Su-hong's terrifying hidden strength. The arena felt weirdly suffocating as everyone just stared dead at the screen, brains completely short-circuiting. The whispers exploded into full-blown panic. Dudes were straight up accusing the machine of glitching out over that 6,500-plus score. Others wildly pointed out that Su-hong literally used to be dead last, but was now casually dropping god-tier numbers. Some shook trainees even admitted they thought Wang Tiantua was the final boss. But now, an even bigger monster had just stepped into the ring. Up in the VIP section, Wang Tiantua, Lin Qinghe, and Shihan were glued to the madness. Shihan gasped, totally mind-blown by the absurd score. Lin Qinghe firmly stated that kind of raw, destructive force was impossible for a Tier 1 newbie, swearing Su-hong had to be hiding a Tier 2 status. Watching the insane gap, Wang Tiantua had to swallow his pride, realizing he'd been way too cocky earlier. Once the stadium stopped losing its collective mind, Su-hong smoothly turned to Grandmaster Qin and politely asked if he should hit them with a martial art for round 2. The Grandmaster just stared at the kid with total respect, giving a firm nod, handing him the absolute green light. Su-hong slid back into position, regulating his breath and locking into a flawless battle stance, totally dialed in for the follow-up. In the blink of an eye, Su-hong dragged his consciousness straight into his system's inner domain. A slick holographic menu popped up, tracking the real-time download of his stolen technique. The mastery bar started flying up. 1%, 4%, 6%, 9%, 14%, 23%, surging steadily. Back in the physical world, he stood dead still while a freezing, icy blue, fire-like aura began violently bleeding out of his body. As the upload hit its peak, he realized this bone netherfire fist was practically tailor-made for him. It blew his mind how much faster this downloaded compared to his flying swan's startling cloud step, which was also a top-tier A-rank technique. Peeking from the VIP box, Grandmaster Chin was fully locked in, dying to see exactly how much Su Hong's stats would spike with a legit martial art stacked on top. Lindsay, standing right beside him, tried to downplay it, pointing out Su Hong's broke background meant whatever skill he used was probably total garbage. But Grandmaster Chin never took his eyes off the kid. He coldly shot back that whatever energy Su Hong was gathering right now was definitely no cheap trick. Boom! The system download perfectly wrapped up. The progress bar smashed 100%. Su Hong had officially maxed out the basic tier of the bone netherfire fist. A lethal, predator-like glint flashed in his eyes as the skill hardwired into his muscles. Piercing blue netherfire viciously swirled around his clenched fist as he stood like a boss in the ring. The crowd instantly lost their breath. The crowd instantly clocked it. Su Hong was manifesting the exact same bone netherfire fist as Wang Tiantua. People were totally tripping, wondering how he casually hijacked a signature move. But Su Hong didn't even give them a second to breathe. He just stepped right up and unleashed hell. His energy spiked off the charts, pooling immense raw destruction into his fist. He was honestly just curious to see how much damage an A-rank offensive skill could actually deal. With blinding blue fire spiraling up his arm, he lunged forward and absolutely nuked the testing machine. The sheer impact detonated a massive shockwave, ripping up the arena floor and sending a massive cloud of dust and debris flying everywhere. The heavy-duty machinery violently rattled. Spectators had to throw their arms up just to shield their faces from the blast radius. As the smoke started to clear, the arena completely erupted. People were screaming that Su Hong's strike hit way harder than Wang Tiantua's original move, begging someone to reveal the damage score. The dust finally settled, and the digital display flashed to life. 9,000. Total absolute chaos broke out. Everyone started freaking out, shouting that hitting 9,000 was flat-out Tier 2 high-stage territory. The rest of the crowd was in pure denial. Up in the VIP boxes, Lindsay was sweating, demanding to know how these cracked stats were even physically possible for a tier. One rookie with barely over 100 vitality points. She even thought the machine had totally glitched out. But Grandmaster Chin, watching like a hawk, just realized Su Hong was built completely different. Down in the pit, Lin Xingha started crunching the numbers for everyone. He pointed out that 7,000 damage equaled a Tier 2 rookie. 8,000 was mid-stage, and 9,000 meant you were practically a high-stage boss. Xia Yen chimed in, noting that a standard Tier 2 fighter packed at least 500 vitality, meaning Su Hong was absolutely smurfing and hiding his true health pool. Hearing all this, Wang Tiantua actually swallowed his pride. He openly admitted he wasn't even pushing 400 vitality yet, so getting totally gapped by Su Hong wasn't exactly an L. But then, the system flashed another scan. The biometric screen locked in Su Hong's actual, unfiltered vitality score, 137. Dead silence dropped over the arena. Nobody's brain could process it. And then, the whole place exploded into absolute bedlam. Wang Tiantua's jaw hit the floor as he screamed, shouting that 137 was literally impossible. Lin Xingha was practically raging, demanding a tech check on the whole system. But the glaring digits refused to budge. Massive arguments broke out in the stands. Some dudes were coping hard, swearing the screen just dropped to 0 and it had to be 13,700. But the truth was staring them right in the face. Su Hong really was just a baseline Tier 1 rookie, which just short-circuited everyone's brains, even worse. Dropping 9,000 damage on a beginner health pool didn't make any literal sense. Ignoring the absolute meltdown around him, Su Hong just casually strolled away from the machine, literal steam still radiating off his skin. Grandmaster Chin locked his eyes on him, intense and calculating. The old master was clearly plotting something. Stepping right up to the mic, He ordered the entire arena to shut it down and listen. He dropped the bombshell. They were skipping straight to the live combat phase to finalize the tournament ladder. He laid out the rules, explaining this was an open season challenge format where you pick your victim. And the stakes were crazy. If everyone was too terrified to step up, you automatically claimed the throne and walked away with a premium A-rank skill manual. Literally the second he finished, somebody instantly shouted from the floor. It was Lin Xingha. Bro strutted out looking way too confident, leveled a finger straight at Su Hong, and aggressively called him out. Lin Xingha thought he had a massive brain strat. Sure, Su Hong hit like a literal freight train, but that trash vitality stat was a massive glass cannon weakness. His big brain move? Kite him to death. He wanted to abuse his busted movement speed, dodging every heavy hit and just letting Su Hong burn out his own stamina until he dropped. Yeah, that fantasy got shut down immediately. Grandmaster Qin totally vetoed the one-on-one duel. Instead, he flipped the script, demanding that the top 3 prodigies gang up on Su Hong all at once. The 3 elites felt insanely disrespected. Wang Tiantua was visibly furious, spitting out that he wasn't some weakling who needed a whole squad to carry him. Xia Yan rolled her eyes, questioning if this random guy was even worth forming a raid party for. And Lin Xingha? He argued that a 3-on-1 jump would just be bullying a guy at Su Hong's rank. The Grandmaster didn't care about their bruised egos. He just looked at Su Hong for his take. With zero hesitation, Su Hong shrugged and said he'd happily pack up all 3 of them simultaneously. That casually savage reply struck a nerve. The top tiers glared daggers at him, totally triggered by his absolute lack of fear. They thought he was tripping on ego. Wang Tiantua scoffed, openly flexing that he could wipe the floor with Su Hong entirely solo. The second the buzzer blared, the 3 prodigies snapped into formation across the combat zone. Wang Tiantua and Xia Yan instantly slammed the gas, rushing him head-on, while Lin Xingha hung back in the shadows, scheming. He was hunting for the perfect blind spot. The coward strategy was to avoid the crossfire, and just cheap-shot Su Hong with a blinding sneak attack while he was busy parrying the others. But his master plan instantly crumbled. Out of nowhere, Xia Yan and Wang screamed at him to move. Lin Xingha whipped around, totally lost, but Su Hong had already ghosted his vision and materialized dead behind him. A blinding blue fist was already inches from his skull, as Su Hong chillingly whispered that it was GG. Right before his skull caved in, the fatal blow halted mere millimeters from his nose. Lin Xingha wasn't going to waste the save. He desperately backflipped away, scrambling to get out of the danger zone. Hitting the ground, dripping with cold sweat, he gasped out a thank you to Xia Yan for pulling him back with her telekinesis. He frantically warned the squad that Su Hong's agility was completely broken. Caught in a shimmering telekinetic snare, Su Hong just stared down at his own glowing hand, looking mildly fascinated. He casually muttered that getting debuffed by psychic energy was a brand new experience for him. In a live fight, admitting he wasn't vibing with the whole root mechanic slowing his momentum. Glancing up, he decided the psychic had to be deleted from the match first. Without warning, he detonated off his back foot, shattering the arena floorboards as he rocketed straight at her face. Xia Yan's eyes went wide with pure terror. In a split second, she realized he was spamming the top-tier agility skill, flying. Swan's startling cloud step. Panicking, Lin Xingha and Wang Tiantua dove in to block the blitz. Lin Xingha was screaming that a fire-class brawler, using an elite wind. Base dash made literally 0 sense, figuring out the hard way that Su Hong had a busted dual-element build. Desperate, he roared at Wang Tiantua to tank the hit. Wang charged right into Su Hong's path, his entire arm erupting into a roaring blaze. He ordered Xia Yan to keep spamming her crowd control while he handled the heavy hitting. Throwing everything he had, he unleashed his signature A-rank bone netherfire fist. But instead of dodging, Su Hong literally mirror-matched the guy. His own hand flared up with that exact same terrifying blue fire as he swung back to clash head-on. Just milliseconds before their fists collided, Xia Yan overloaded her psychic grip, forcefully freezing Su Hong mid-strike. The gravitational crush was absolutely insane. The sheer psychic weight forced his boots to spiderweb the solid concrete under him. Su-hong just sighed, admitting her stun lock was way more annoying than he originally gave it credit for. Seeing him completely immobilized, Lin Xinghe seized the opening, vaulting into the air to deliver a brutal kick straight to his dome. Pacing the edge of the ring, Grandmaster Qin was hyper-focused on every frame. He muttered that breaking a psychic lock naturally requires either an insane strength gap or an even heavier spiritual aura. And for a split second, he actually wondered if forcing Su-hong into a 1 versus 3 deathmatch was pushing the kid way too far. But Su-hong didn't look bothered at all. In fact, he just grinned. Milliseconds before the strikes connected, he erupted with an insane burst of raw power, completely shattering the telekinetic grip. The raw recoil slammed into Xian, throwing off her focus entirely. Fully unleashed, Su-hong casually swatted away their ultimate combo, blasting a massive shockwave that left the entire crowd totally speechless. They were absolutely mind-blown that he just tanked elite-level damage and snapped a telekinetic hold using pure muscle. Barely breaking a sweat, Su-hong snatched Lin Xinghe and Wang Tianwo by the arms, twisting their limbs until their footing totally collapsed. The two elites instantly knew they were absolutely cooked. Su-hong hoisted them up, spinning them through the air like literal rag dolls. After whirling them around, he abruptly stopped, driving both of them face first, straight into the dirt. The sheer force cratered the concrete right beneath them. Wang Tianwo ate gravel, while Lin Xinghe was left completely paralyzed by the heavy blow. The trainees stood frozen, listening as the brutal sound of bone-crushing impacts echoed across the training arena. Su-hong just kept picking them up and aggressively body-slamming the two top tiers into the shattered pavement, his movements blurring into an absolute frenzy. By the time he finally dropped them, all three top competitors were laid out cold on the floor, totally out of commission after that absolute beatdown. Plumes of dust settled around him as he stood tall, flexing absolute dominance over the whole arena. His aura was still practically radiating that killer, battle-crazed energy as he locked onto the final opponent. Xian caught one glimpse of those terrifying eyes and completely folded, trembling uncontrollably. She threw her hands up and stumbled backward, screaming that she surrendered while begging him to stay away. The crowd in the stands completely lost their minds. The hype was absolutely unreal, as they hyped up how Su-hong just soloed the top 3 strongest fighters with zero help. To everyone watching, the truth was obvious. This guy was just built completely different. Grandmaster Qin casually stepped out onto the floor, silencing the hyped-up crowd. He called out to see if literally anyone else wanted a piece of Su-hong, declaring that if there were no takers, the #1 spot was officially his. Crickets. Honestly, most of the trainees took a huge step back, making it crystal clear they wanted absolutely zero smoke. The general vibe was that fighting him was basically a death wish, and only an absolute madman would step into the ring now. With zero objections, the Grandmaster officially crowned Su-hong the champion. He tossed orders to instructor Lin Si to sort out the remaining matchups for the runner-up spots. Then, he motioned for Su-hong to tag along to grab his loot and pick out a brand new A-rank martial art. Su-hong cracked a super satisfied smirk. Bagging the win meant he was about to add another insanely broken skill to his arsenal. And that was exactly what he was aiming for. As they strolled down the hall, the Grandmaster dropped the fact that he had been keeping tabs on Su-hong from day one. He questioned why Su-hong was hardcore sandbagging when most rookies love flexing their power. Su-hong kept it real, explaining that without a heavy-hitting family backing him, dropping his stats too early would just paint a massive target on his back. The Grandmaster chuckled, totally respecting that low-key mindset. He then confessed that this entire tournament was literally set up just for Su-hong, serving as the perfect excuse to feed him top-tier resources. He broke down how the best loot only goes to proven prodigies, assuring Su-hong that he could finally stop hiding his power level because he officially had his absolute backing. Su-hong tossed him a solid nod of appreciation. Moments later, they pulled up to the martial arts pavilion. Inside, the receptionist instantly snapped to attention the second they walked in. The Grandmaster ordered her to pull up the master catalog of techniques. While swiping through the options, he told Su Hong to just say the word if he needed anything dumbed down. Su Hong took the opening, asking what specific style would actually max out his build going forward. Before giving advice, the Grandmaster asked him to list out his current moveset. Su Hong casually rattled them off: Bone Netherfire Fist, Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step, Cloud Hiding Gale Fist, and Void Breaking Finger, tossing in that his other skills were basically low-tier trash. The Grandmaster's face instantly shifted. He pointed out that the Flying Swan and Cloud Hiding forms literally weren't even in their academy's database, demanding to know if Su Hong seriously copied them just from watching Lin Jingyi once. Su Hong casually nodded like it was just another Tuesday. The Grandmaster went totally dead silent, absolutely blindsided, realizing that Su Hong's potential was genuinely off the charts. The receptionist just hovered there awkwardly, totally short-circuiting as she watched Grandmaster Qin personally carrying Su Hong through the catalog. She couldn't stop wondering who this insane rookie actually was to score VIP treatment. Qin scrolled through the master list, explaining that since Su Hong was already absolutely stacked on attack damage and mobility, a solid crowd control skill would perfectly round out his build. He pulled up the A-rank Flame Cage, breaking down how it molds pure fire energy into a hardcore prison to trap and completely lock down targets. He went deep into the mechanics, explaining that raw DPS attacks are super easy, since you just coat your body or weapon in energy, while crowd control needs you to project your aura externally, a crazy flex that most Tier 2 fighters still totally fail at. But honestly, he knew Su Hong's talent was cracked enough to pull it off. Even though he was barely at the start of Tier 1. Su Hong threw him a quick thanks, and Qin decided to just skip the theory and drop a live showcase. He raised one hand, sparking a tiny ember right in his palm. As he talked, the flame aggressively exploded outward, morphing into a massive blazing prison surrounding a phantom enemy. Qin explained the core meta was brain-dead simple. First, you lock them inside the zone, then you nuke them with a follow-up. He demonstrated by blasting a terrifying shockwave straight into the flames, hyping it up as an absolute one-shot execution. However, he threw out a warning that juggling the cage's upkeep while attacking simultaneously was definitely above Su Hong's current pay grade, admitting he only unlocked that trick after hitting Tier 3. Hearing that, Su Hong immediately waved his hand, totally shutting down the idea and saying he was officially over the whole crowd control thing. Qin was definitely thrown off by the sudden rejection, but he actually respected that Su Hong knew his limits and didn't blindly force it, marking it down as a major green flag. Meanwhile, a glowing blue system prompt flickered instantly across Su Hong's vision. He had literally just auto-learned Flame Cage entirely from watching. Hiding a smug little smirk, he asked Qin to pull up the next recommendation. Qin pivoted to defense, flexing the A-rank Earth Armor skill. He explained how it coats the user in an insanely dense layer of Earth energy for God-tier tanking. Su Hong was instantly sold, realizing it perfectly stacked with his raw physical damage. As they kept walking, Qin poked around about Su Hong's crazy mutant physique. Su Hong casually dropped that it was called the Overlord body. For a split second, he totally pictured Qin losing his mind and hyping him up as a once-in-a-century prodigy. But honestly, Qin just blankly admitted he had literally never heard of it. Su Hong cracked up, confessing he totally just made the edgy name up on the spot. Qin processed the joke, guessing it was probably some unrecorded mutation, pointing out that the raw stat boost was undeniably top tier. Especially when you think back to how Su Hong absolutely demolished Wang Tiantua's barbarian god physique. Suddenly, a blaring ringtone shattered the silence. Qin snatched up his phone, annoyed that his train of thought just got derailed. The guy on the line dropped an absolute bombshell. The battle logs proved Su Hong was actually rocking a weighted training vest during the entire brawl. Qin whipped his head around, demanding to know if this was cap. Su Hong just shrugged it off, casually explaining he kept the gear on so he wouldn't miss out on any sweet contribution points. Qin had to mentally reboot as the reality set in. This kid was playing on a completely different difficulty level. He told Su Hong to chill with the point grinding, promising him that A massive payout was waiting once he conquered the camp's trials. He practically begged the kid to ditch the vest. Su-hong gave a nod and started unbuckling the straps. The front desk clerk stepped up, offering to lug the gear back to the armory. Handing it over, Su-hong casually warned her that it packed a bit of a punch. She flashed a confident smile as she grabbed the fabric, but the second that weight transferred to her hands, the color drained straight out of her face. The vest ripped through her grip, slamming into the ground with an earth-shattering thud that spiderwebbed the solid stone tiles. Staring wide-eyed at the crater, she stuttered out a question about its actual weight. Without missing a beat, Su-hong replied, 5 tons. That number hit Chin like a freight train. This absolute madman had just soloed 3 elite late-stage Tier 1 prodigies while hauling around a literal truck on his back. Throwing an arm over his student's shoulder, Chin grinned and teased that he had another top-tier A-rank skill lined up for him. When Su-hong took the bait, Chin broke it down. Since the kid was a spear main, their next target was Grandmaster Jiang Lin over in Yang City. This guy possessed a legendary A-rank thunder spear technique, famous for dealing insane burst damage. Chin hatched a plan right then and there. They were going to crash Yang City, challenge Jiang Lin's prized pupil, and finesse that ultimate art right out of his hands. Su-hong raised an eyebrow, pointing out that this felt incredibly toxic, but Chin waved it off. Jiang Lin had been trash-talking their academy for way too long, and it was officially time to serve up some karma. He ordered his student to pack up as they were hitting the road at the crack of dawn. Later that night, Su-hong strolled into his freshly scrubbed dorm room, plopped down cross-legged on his mattress, and dived straight into his cultivation. Ping after ping, holographic system pop-ups flooded his vision. He had just unlocked a massive arsenal of fresh skills, bagging elite fire, spirit, and earth element techniques. Bathed in the glowing aura of raw energy, he locked in, vowing to grind all of them to the beginner stage before sunrise. Meanwhile, Chin dialed up his rival, dropping the news that he was hauling a fresh challenger straight to his turf. Over the line, Jiang Lin sounded smug as hell. He told Chin to save his gas money, bragging that his Yang City squad had just awakened a god-tier prodigy with a wood spirit physique, who was already crushing it at Tier 2. He flexed even harder, claiming that in a mere 48 hours, his star pupil had mastered an A-rank crowd control skill so flawlessly that he could project his chi into the open air. Cut to the Yang City arena, where that exact phenom was standing dead center, radiating pulsing shockwaves of emerald energy. Flexing his ridiculous power spike, Lin Chun-feng roared out the command for his wood prison strike. Instantly, massive, jagged vines erupted from the ground, obliterating a heavy wooden table into splinters. But the hype died fast. His grip on the technique slipped, and the aggressive roots dissolved back into glowing green mist. Jiang Lin warned him that he was speed-running his training too recklessly, but Lin just smirked, cockily declaring he only needed 30 days to lock down the basics. Pivoting back to his phone call, Jiang Lin sneered at Chin, claiming his monster of a student would absolutely vaporize whoever Star City dared to send, before brutally hanging up the call. Flipping his attention back to his prodigy, he ordered him to dial it back and put on a decent show for the upcoming duel. He specifically told him to toy with his food a bit, just so Chin wouldn't lose entirely face. Lin flashed a cocky grin, flexing his fingers as chaotic green aura crackled around his palm. Fast forward to the next afternoon, a hyperspeed transport ship touched down at the mountain-fortified Yang City base. Su-hong stumbled out of the hatch, looking completely motion-sick and green in the face. Jiang Lin strutted up with a massive smirk, roasting Chin and demanding to see this so-called secret weapon. But when Chin proudly presented his wobbly, beginner-stage Tier 1 spear main, Jiang Lin froze in his tracks. He stared in absolute disbelief, flat out asking if this was some kind of prank. Instantly, a wave of low-key panic hit the Grandmaster, sweating over how his overpowered Tier 2 beast was supposed to throw punches softly enough to not accidentally unalive this kid. Chin completely ignored the disrespect, coldly telling him to cut the chatter and get the arena prepped so they could speedrun this duel and go grab lunch. Over in the colossal arena, a massive mob of Yang City trainees had already flooded the bleachers, practically vibrating with hype. The peanut gallery was already roasting the incoming Star City threat, laughing about how this guest better not get one-tapped. Taking center stage, Grandmaster Zhang Lin grabbed the mic, introducing his rival Qin Tian Li and his quote-unquote prodigy, Su Hong, to the entire stadium. Wearing the smuggest grin imaginable, he purposely broadcasted the fact that their challenger was nothing but a rookie-level Tier 1. The stadium absolutely erupted. The trainees were genuinely triggered that someone this low-level had the audacity to step on their turf. Vicious trash talk rained down from the stands, with everyone screaming that their hometown hero, Lin Chunfeng, was a solid Tier 2 who would wipe the floor with this kid blindfolded. Soaking in all that hype, Lin Chunfeng actually started sweating bullets. His coach had strictly ordered him to fake a close match, so Qin wouldn't look completely pathetic. But looking at this absolute noob, he had zero clue how to nerf himself enough to make it look believable. Tuning out the roaring crowd, Zhang Lin locked in the wager with his rival. He laid down the terms. When his boy took the W, Qin was legally bound to hand over a top-tier A-rank skill. Then, playing the benevolent host, he threw in a wild condition. If by some glitch in the Matrix, Su Hong actually secured the victory, he'd let the kid raid his vault for an extra A-rank ultimate move. Su Hong dipped his head, politely thanking the man for the free loot. Qin, trying hard not to burst out laughing, slapped Zhang on the back and praised him for being such a charitable guy. In his head, Zhang Lin had already cashed the check. As far as he was concerned, the math was simple. A base-level Tier 1 Zero stood zero chance against a Tier 2 Juggernaut, rocking a ultra-rare Wood Spirit build. Moments later, both combatants dropped into the combat zone under the laser focus of the Grand Masters. Zhang Lin shot his disciple a subtle look, mouthing at him to pull his punches. Gripping the hilt of his blade, Lin gave a stiff nod, signaling he caught the drift. But as the steel hissed out of its scabbard, his brain was scrambling, trying to choreograph this fake struggle. He was legit terrified that just brushing the guy with a stray attack would trigger an instant KO. But as he sized up his target, a huge red flag popped up. He blurted out, asking why the kid's signature spear was nowhere in sight. Rolling his shoulders, Su Hong yawned and admitted he wasn't really vibing with weapons today. Honestly, his logic was insanely simple. His only polearm technique was a trash Tier C rank passive, miles behind his newly equipped A rank hand-to-hand and mobility combos. Dragging that metal stick around was basically a massive hit to his DPS. But Lin completely misread the room. To him, this sounded like the most toxic, disrespectful flex imaginable, and it instantly tilted him. Ready to ego-check this arrogant kid, he launched himself into the sky, rocketing forward like a missile, channeling a blinding, neon-green aura straight into his blade. He swung down with a devastating, earth-crushing slash. But Su Hong casually dodged the attack like it was nothing, letting the heavy blade completely shatter the stone floor and kick up a massive cloud of shrapnel. Without breaking a single sweat, Su Hong smoothly glided backward across the arena, flexing a straight-up A-rank movement skill. Leaving nothing but a phantom slipstream of wind in his wake, he effortlessly maintained his distance. Lin Chunfeng was totally shook, completely mind-blown that a supposed newbie was busting out such god-tier footwork. Refusing to let him breathe, Lin Chunfeng aggressively blitzed forward, growling that fancy dodging wouldn't save him anymore. He instantly dropped his wood prison technique. Massive, razor-sharp green vines violently erupted from the earth, snapping tightly around Su Hong's leg. Su Hong actually blinked, genuinely surprised by the insanely rare. He flexed his crowd control ability, dropping a quick nod to Lin Chunfeng's insane talent. But the guy didn't even sweat it. He stayed icy calm, channeling his aura, ready to burst straight out of the trap. But before he could even make a move, the tangled vines literally crumbled into dust on their own, vanishing into thin air like they never even existed. Su Hong was left completely dumbfounded, trying to wrap his head around how his lockdown crumbled in literal milliseconds. Seizing that exact split-second opening, Lin Chunfeng materialized right behind his back, hovering in midair, bringing his heavy blade crashing down. He barked that a single blink of hesitation was all it took to end the entire fight. But Su Hong zeroed in. No panic, He simply shot a cold glare over his shoulder, whipped up a massive cyclone of emerald wind around his knuckles, and unleashed a blindingly fast counter. The second his fist launched forward, Lin Chunfang's instincts instantly screamed at him. Something was horrible. The incoming strike was ridiculously fast. It was guaranteed to crush him, way before his blade ever connected. Acting on pure reflex, he triggered his wood evasion art, manifesting a massive timber barricade right in his face. But it was totally useless. Su Hong's fist blasted right through the solid bark, exploding the shield into splinters and launching Lin Chunfang across the entire stadium. Ragdolling violently backward through the sky, Lin Chunfang's brain totally short-circuited trying to process the hit. The unhinged kinetic force behind that blow made absolute zero sense for someone at Su Hong's tier. Out in the stands, the rest of the rookies were completely shook. They just watched their top dog's ultimate guard get vaporized like wet paper, forcing them to question every single assumption they had about this supposed newbie. Up in the VIP box, Grandmaster Qin burst out laughing, chuckling at the insane plot twist. Zhang Lin, keeping his cool, fired back that brute force wouldn't cut it, telling Qin to keep his eyes glued to the fight. Meanwhile, Su Hong didn't tap the brakes for a single. He blitzed forward, eating up the distance in an absolute flash. He unleashed a devastating roundhouse, but his leg phased right through Lin Chunfang, scattering his target into a puff. Su Hong instantly clocked that he just hit a phantom clone. At that exact second, Lin Chunfang popped up in his blind spot, triggering his elite A-tier movement, ability to unleash a massive, lethal sweep of his blade. But Su Hong casually dodged the attack, like it was absolutely nothing. When the smoke finally cleared, Lin Chunfang stood his ground, gasping for air, staring intensely at Su Hong. He straight up confessed that the power difference between them was completely real. He muttered that if they were actually fighting at the exact same rank, he flat out told the kid he was dead meat and offered him a chance to tap out right then and there. Su Hong didn't even waste his breath. Instead, he dropped into a low stance and stretched out one hand. Blinding orange fire erupted around his knuckles. Before Lin Chunfang could even process what was happening, a towering prison of absolute hellfire ripped out of the ground, locking him dead in his track. Sweating bullets from the intense heat, Lin was absolutely mind-blown that a rookie was pulling off a top-tier technique like this. Still, he bet a newbie like Su Hong would burn through his mana fast. So he decided to just chill and let him gas out. Up in the VIP stands, Qin Tian Li's jaw practically hit the floor. He had zero clue how Su Hong had already mastered the flame cage. Zhang Lin caught his reaction, raising an eyebrow at why a mentor would be so shook by a move he supposedly taught him. Qin fumbled his words, sweating profusely, while Zhang kept grilling him, demanding to know how a wind-class fighter was suddenly slinging fire spells. Desperately trying to play it cool, Qin waved it off, claiming dual-element users weren't exactly unheard of. Then he scrambled to point back at the arena, deflecting by asking how the fire was still blazing, shifting the focus to the massive spike of energy, swirling wildly around Su Hong's free hand. Outside the inferno, Su Hong stood completely unfazed, charging up a blinding, razor-sharp aura around his fist. Trapped inside, Lin's eyes went wide as the terrifying reality set in. Su Hong was sustaining the cage and charging a heavy strike simultaneously. A savage multitasking flex that even veteran pros failed at. Before Lin could even flinch, Su Hong exploded forward, plunging his glowing fist right through the fire. Straight at him, Lin scrambled to pop his wood shield again, ripping massive tree roots from the ground to tank the hit. But just like last time, the barrier was absolute paper. The strike punched clean through the wood, burying deep into Lin's gut. Spitting blood, he was launched backward like a total ragdoll. Hurtling through the air from the sheer impact, Lin could only panic over how absurdly overpowered this so-called rookie actually was. He crashed violently into the searing walls of the fire prison, sizzling his bare back in an instant. But right on cue, a brilliant emerald aura flooded his severe burns. erasing the damage like it was absolutely nothing. Flashing a cocky smirk, he warned Su-hong not to sleep on the insane regen of a Tier 2 wood spirit. Body. Su-hong didn't even blink, his deadpan stare locked onto his target. He made it crystal clear, if one punch couldn't drop him, he absolutely refused to let up. Su-hong blitzed right in, unleashing a savage, rapid-fire combo of glowing strikes. He totally called bluff on the whole infinite healing gimmick. But Lin just face-tanked the damage and kept yapping. He mocked the relentless assault as a total waste, flexing that a Tier 1 rookie could never outstam a Tier 2 beast. While running his mouth, he charged up a heavy orb of toxic green aura and practically dared our boy, smirking that they'd soon see if the blazing cage shattered first, or if Su-hong's gas tank hit 0. And yeah, Su-hong felt his pyro mana tanking hard. So instead of forcing a losing grind, he slammed the brakes on his assault. Realizing the crumbling prison could easily backfire and clip him, he shattered the barrier himself. As the fiery walls vanished into thin air, Lin cracked up, totally convinced his opponent had just folded. He gloated that it was officially his turn to cook, claiming the W was already in the bag. Spoiler alert, that ego trip died instantly. Iced out and calm, Su-hong sparked up a chaotic vortex of golden lightning and scorching flames. He casually dropped that he really didn't want to bust out this ultimate, since it completely nuked his energy reserves. Seeing that insane glow, Lin started, his brain short-circuited trying to process how a Tier 1 scrub could output that kind of raw destructive force, immediately realizing that letting him get within striking distance meant game over. Lin desperately smashed both palms into the dirt, dumping every last drop of his mana into pure survival mode. Screaming out his signature defense, he ripped a colossal barricade of dense timber straight out of the arena floor to shield himself. Unbothered, Su-hong just stepped into his eyes flashing with a lethal, blinding gold aura. He cranked his arm back, crackling currents of high-voltage energy whipping around his knuckles, and let it rip with god-tier momentum. The sheer kinetic pressure warped the literal air around the impact zone, shredding straight through that massive timber barricade like it was wet tissue paper. The devastating right hook connected flush on Lin's jaw, launching him across the ring like a rag doll before he finally skidded into the dirt, absolutely out like a light. Su-hong just stood there, cold and unfazed, as the embers burned out and the dust finally settled, staring down at the wrecked body of his rival. For a split second, you could hear a pin drop in that massive stadium. Then the Yang City squad completely lost their minds, utterly glitching out as they tried to process the absolute violation their untouchable ace, a dude rocking broken Tier 2 regeneration, had just been one-tapped into oblivion. Half the crowd was already screaming that the hit had to be a straight-up S-rank execution. And the wildest part? The entire crowd was absolutely losing it because Su-hong was literally still a rookie at early Tier 1. Grandmaster Zhang Lin's jaw practically hit the floor as he stared down his entire worldview. He whipped around to face Qin, demanding to know what kind of absolute freak of nature he had just recruited. Jabbing a trembling finger toward the wreckage, he finally clocked that Su-hong had actually weaponized element fusion to unleash that kind of nuke-level devastation. A flex that was straight-up mathematically impossible for a scrub at his current rank. Meanwhile, Qin just kicked back, took a chill sip of his tea, and smugly dropped the bomb that he totally wasn't planning to. Flex the fact that his boy had already maxed out dual-element fusion in a single, solitary month. Zhang Lin's brain straight-up blue-screened. But Qin wasn't done cooking, casually adding that if Zhang Lin found out Su-hong possessed flawless compatibility with all 7 elements and was actively grinding 7 different techniques simultaneously, the old man might literally just have a heart attack on the spot. Zhang Lin was just frozen in place, absolutely paralyzed. Qin then played the whole, "oops, did I say that out loud" card and hit him with a fake apology, even though his massive smirk screamed that he was loving every single second of this. The Grandmaster stayed completely rooted to the spot, desperately trying to compute how a random freshman could pull off that god-tier progression in just a single month. Capitalizing on the shock, Qin slung an arm around his buddy's shoulder and smoothly reeled in their little wager. Since his star pupil had totally clapped he announced it was time for Zhang Lin to cough up that rank A Thunder Spear art alongside his absolute ultimate move, Palm Thunder. Still mentally recovering, Zhang Lin numbly nodded in defeat. Cut to a little while later. Deep inside a massive, futuristic, dome-shaped training, Su Hong squared up against the Grandmaster in a hyper-advanced arena completely decked out with heavy-duty practice spears. Zhang Lin intensely analyzed the young prodigy, still obsessing over the sheer, broken nature of his raw talent. He silently confessed that he had never, in his entire life, crossed paths with an anomaly quite like this kid. Shaking off the disbelief, he locked in and cut straight to the chase. He formally unveiled the legendary technique they were about to dive into, a rank A Thunder Spear style, known as the 9 heaven-breaking spears. Sizzling blue lightning wildly sparked to life around his gripping hand as he broke down the mechanics. He explained that the art was built on 3 core stances, with each of those forms packing 3 insanely lethal strikes. He gave a hardcore warning that the pure destructive output, along with the learning curve, aggressively spiked with every single stage. He openly admitted the physical toll was so insane that he basically never passed it down to anyone resting beneath Tier 4. But, given the kid's wildly overpowered specs, he figured tackling the very first stance would be an absolute walk in the park for him. He ordered his new student to keep his eyes peeled and not blink. Shouting out the first form, River Overturning, he brutally slashed his weapon downward, unleashing an endless barrage of blinding lightning crashed down into the arena without a pause. He smoothly chained into his next combo, roaring out the second stance, C-inverting. With a massive arc of his weapon, a colossal tsunami of raw electricity exploded forward, completely devouring the battleground like a raging, electric ocean. Gripping his own spear, Su Hong kept his eyes glued to the chaos, stranded right in the dead center of that terrifying spectacle. He felt absolutely microscopic, like he was trapped in the eye of a lethal hurricane, knowing just one stray spark would literally vaporize him. But Zhang Lin wasn't hitting the brakes anytime soon. Launching himself skyward, he instantly shifted into his third technique, heaven-breaking, plunging his blade straight down. A hyper-focused laser of pure lightning slammed into the floor with world-shattering, explosive impact. The sheer blowback warped into a gigantic, screeching cyclone of high-voltage energy that ripped viciously through the entire room. Taking it all in, Su Hong realized the craziest part. Zhang Lin was actively nerfing himself just to avoid obliterating the fully armored training bunker. Yet, even holding back, the sheer flex of power was totally mind-blowing. But instead of flinching, Su Hong locked in even harder. He swore to himself that, one day, he was going to hit that exact same god-tier level. Once the electric tempest finally fizzled out, Zhang Lin strolled up and tossed him a compact guidebook, breaking down the 9 heaven-breaking spears. He told the rookie to start grinding the basics solo, adding that his door was always open if he ever got stuck with any question. Su Hong hit him with a deep bow, totally grateful for the epic character. Zhang Lin just flashed a smug smirk, shrugging it off. "Hey, a bet is a bet," he joked. But then he dropped a bombshell. The second Su Hong completely mastered stance number 1, he'd unlock an entirely new skill for him, Palm Thunder. He casually flexed that, while this spear combat was definitely OP, it was literally nothing compared to his ultimate trump card. Hearing those words, Su Hong's knuckles turned white as he clutched the book, absolutely hyped out of his mind. If Palm Thunder really hit that much harder, he needed to get his hands on it, like yesterday. He silently vowed to speedrun this entire spear tutorial. Giving a lazy wave, Zhang Lin spun on his heel and headed for the exit. Glancing back over his shoulder, he mentioned he needed to grab a quick word with Grandmaster Qin, promising he'd loop back later to see if the kid had leveled up. The heavy doors clicked shut, leaving Su Hong totally isolated in the massive dead set on starting his intense grind set. Fast forward exactly 1 hour later, Su Hong was still planted in the dead center of the arena, while Grandmaster Jiang silently observed. From the sidelines, Jiang called out, asking if the kid had caught on to the vibe of the technique yet, honestly thinking to himself that there was zero rush for him to get it from where the old master. Normally, a technique this wild takes a solid month or two, just to scratch the surface. But right on cue, blinding golden lightning violently erupted from Su Hong. He hoisted his spear and slashed the air, raw electricity crackling through the atmosphere as he unleashed the brutal technique. Massive thunderbolts slammed straight into the dirt, scorching the arena floor and leaving behind a thick cloud of smoke. As the dust cleared, Su Hong exhaled deeply, casually dropping that the spear art was way tougher than he bargained for, claiming he barely had the fundamentals down. Jiang stood there in dead silence, his eyes totally glued to the cold sweat dripping down his face as his brain short-circuited trying to comprehend the sheer power. To him, that definitely wasn't just the basics. Before Jiang could even spit out a single word, Su Hong completely bypassed the shock and demanded to learn Palm Thunder right on the spot. Fast forward to sundown, Jiang was posted up on the facility steps, staring blankly into the horizon, completely speechless. Grandmaster Qin strolled up, asking what the hell was going on, curious if the Palm Thunder lesson was already a wrap. Jiang, still totally zoned out, just mumbled that he was finished and told Qin to go look for himself. Qin stepped into the training arena, muttering under his breath that Jiang probably slacked off during the session. He assumed an insane move like Palm Thunder was straight up impossible to grasp without intense, hands-on coaching. But the second he rounded that corner, he froze in his tracks. Su Hong was chilling right in the dead center of the room, radiating a massive, violently swirling aura of pure yellow lightning from his hands and core. Su Hong flashed a hyped grin, shouting that he had finally mastered Palm Thunder. Qin was absolutely paralyzed, struggling to process reality. He knew the kid was a fast learner, but this was straight up terrifying. It flashed through his mind. It took him 3 whole months to nail that exact move, and that was when. Everyone praised him as a once-in-a-generation. Right then, it hit him. Su Hong's potential was literally limitless, and hitting Tier 9 wasn't just a pipe dream anymore. Jiang eventually snapped out of it, walking over to grip Qin's shoulder, telling the old man to stop spacing out and suggesting they go grab some grub, since they hadn't eaten in hours. Qin nodded, tossing a quick heads-up to Su Hong that the two of them were going out for drinks. Cut to later that night. The Yang City training dorms were dead silent under the glowing moonlight. Chilling inside his room, Su Hong kicked back on his bed, reviewing his insane stat boosts. After completely wrecking Wang Tiantua and his 2 goons just 24 hours ago, plus crushing Lin Chunfeng earlier that afternoon, he racked up a grand total of 230 martial value points. He flicked open his holographic system interface, his eyes darting across his updated stats. Vitality? Sitting at 138.6. Spiritual power? Clocking in at exactly 100.2. And his physique? His overlord body was chilling at barely 12% of the spirit rank. And then there was his martial value, a measly 230. Staring at the glowing panel, a massive wave of disappointment hit him. Every single, whether it was his life force, his mental energy, or his raw physical strength, it was all just criminally low. Those 230 points barely felt like a drop in the bucket. Weighing his options, he figured a rock-solid foundation was the ultimate cheat code. So he dumped everything into maxing out his vitality. Ding! The system pinged relentlessly, registering those micro gains, tacking on a microscopic 0.1 with every single tick. He exhaled a heavy, frustrated breath, knowing he desperately needed a high-yield farming method to skyrocket his martial value. But since absolutely everyone in the training camp was terrified to catch hands with him now, his options were seriously bottlenecked. Right then and there, he made a game-time decision. From here on out, he was taking his talents straight to the ferocious beast room to grind some action. Meanwhile, inside a chaotic dive bar down the street, Grandmaster Jiang was absolutely hammered. His face flushed crimson as he violently slammed his fist into the table, furiously venting to Chin. He practically screamed, calling Chin a total scammer for finessing 2 A-rank martial arts straight out of his hands. Chin just chuckled, casually reminding the sloppy grandmaster that he sounded like a broken record. Their drunken banter shattered when a panicked teaching assistant busted through the doors. Gasping for air, claiming they had been hunting for Jiang, the guy nervously reported that the midnight ambush event was primed and ready to drop, and the strike team was just standing by for his green light. Jiang, words slipping around his alcohol-soaked brain, just swatted the air dismissively, barking at them to kick, and explicitly commanded them to show absolutely zero mercy. The assistant instantly relayed the brutal directive over the comms, ordering the tactical squad to breach the dorms and absolutely traumatize the kids. It took Chin about 2 seconds to realize the catastrophic mistake they just made. He locked eyes with Jiang, dropping the bomb that Su Hong was sleeping in those exact same dorms tonight. Jiang's face drained of color instantly as the horrific reality finally clicked. He lunged forward, screaming at the top of his lungs for the assistant to abort the midnight, but the lackey froze, stammering out that the operation orders had already been broadcasted, and the ambush was already in full swing. Cutting to the pitch-black rooftops above the student housing, a swarm of shadowy assassins sprinted silently under the moonlight. 2 of these masked hunters, Bujing Long and Bujing Fong, skidded to a halt on a concrete ledge. The younger brother, Jing Feng, couldn't wrap his head around why his older bro, an absolute beast of a Tier 2 martial artist, was even wasting his time with a low-level gig like this. Jinglong smirked, explaining that Jiang had personally begged him to tag along to hunt down a very specific target, with a wood spirit body and insane healing hacks. Honestly, he felt like sending him after a Tier 2 rookie was basically bringing a bazooka to a knife fight. Jingfeng's face instantly dropped. That description hit way too close to home. Catching that sour look, Jinglong mercilessly wrote, dragging up the time Jingfeng got absolutely clapped during that Star City night raid, and calling the whole massive L completely pathetic. Boiling with rage, Jingfeng snapped that if he ever crossed paths with Su Hong again, he was going to destroy him, zero holding back. His older brother warned him not to sleep on a wood spirit user, but Jingfeng totally waved it off, scoffing at why a powerhouse like him would ever sweat a measly Tier 1 scrub. Jinglong just flashed a knowing smirk, questioning if he was really that dead set on not fumbling the bag again. "Hoods up, listen closely," the squad leader barked as the crew yanked their black masks over their faces. He ordered the unit to roll out, spearheading the all-out assault. Absolute chaos exploded across the dorms in a split second. Panicked screams about an ambush clashed with furious swearing as masked goons flooded the hallways. Su Hong cracked his door open, squinting through the gap to see if this insane racket was actually a legit night raid. Out in the corridor, he watched an attacker brutally swing at some poor dude who had just stepped out of the shower rocking nothing but a flimsy towel. A split second later, the goon locked eyes with Su Hong and yelled that they left a straggler. He lunged forward for the kill, but Su Hong casually countered with a vicious, lightning-fast uppercut right to the jaw. The raw impact launched the guy straight into the air, violently blasting his head right through the ceiling tiles. Su Hong just leaned against his doorframe, looking incredibly tricked. He muttered how toxic it was to just jump someone without even saying what's up first, pointing out that he wasn't even officially enrolled in this crazy boot camp, so dragging him into this mess made zero sense. Staring up at the unconscious attacker dangling from the plaster, it clicked for him that this was 100% a real ambush. His eyes scanned the stealthy black tactical gear and hidden faces of the raiders. And suddenly, a massive brainwave hit him. If he just snatched their drip and went fully undercover, he could roam the halls like an absolute ghost, casually one-shot everybody, and farm all the loot without catching any heat. He hesitated for a split second, weighing the sheer absurdity of his plan. But a wicked smirk carved across his face as he completely committed to the bit. Meanwhile, deep inside the complex, Lin Chunfeng found himself trapped against a wall, literally rocking nothing but a bath towel. He hollered at the masked invaders, begging them to at least give him 10 seconds to throw some pants on. A thug just chuckled, telling him to quit squirming and embrace his fate. Suddenly, a fresh masked shadow materialized in the doorway, announcing he was tagging in for backup. The goon spun around, totally baffled. But before his brain could even process the moment, our incognito Su Hong closed the gap and absolutely decked him right in the jaw. The invader launched through the air and ragdolled into the plaster. Lin Chunfeng stood absolutely paralyzed, jaw dropped, wondering out loud if the bad guys were glitching and turning on their own crew. Su Hong didn't waste a single breath explaining. He instantly bolted back into the corridor, hyped that he was about to farm some massive gains tonight. Lin Chunfeng just stared blankly at his retreating back, scratching his head over why that rogue villain spared him entirely. Su Hong blitzed through the first floor, his fists radiating pure, blazing. He smirked, noting that since these targets actually packed a punch, he could go totally all out without feeling guilty. Invaders crumbled to the floor one by one, and panic rippled through the ranks as they clocked an imposter in their minute squad. After wiping out the ground level entirely, Su Hong vaulted toward the second floor, absolutely obliterating a thug mid-air. With every skull he cracked, his system flooded him with rapid-fire level-up notifications. He let out a dark chuckle, realizing he struck an absolute goldmine of stats. Bursting onto the third floor, he spotted a massive huddle of masked goons crowding a doorway, treating a brutal showdown inside like a They were whispering about how insane it was that Lin Chunfeng was actually surviving against Bu Jinglong, an absolute unit of a Tier 2 powerhouse. Strolling casually up to the crowd, the unaware thugs updated him, bragging that every other student was already out cold, leaving only that rare wood spirit user on his feet. Su Hong cut them off, declaring there was zero reason to just stand around watching. Violent, crackling energy erupted from his palm. The squad glanced back at him, utterly bewildered by his sudden, and then, without skipping a single beat, he whipped around and unleashed an absolute beatdown. The ambushers got launched like rag dolls, smashing straight into the active war zone. Inside the chaos, Bu Jinglong, radiating a massive blood-red aura, snapped his head toward the wreckage, screaming to know why his own crew was getting wrecked. Both he and Lin Chunfeng, whose silhouette was pulsing with toxic green power, froze in their tracks and stared at the shattered doorway. Su Hong stood tall, his entire body blazing with blinding, golden-yellow energy as he locked onto both of his targets. Without breaking a sweat, he dropped the ultimate flex, daring them both to rush him at the exact same time.